think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. You know, I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, I'm here. Who's going to fight me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter beat me.
My goal is to demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Body.
Welcome back. This Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. And I hope we having a lovely evening this evening. My man AJ was the first one in the building. Salute to Aaron Jones, one of my day ones, man. 300 to the core. Hopefully my man get on the panel today. Cookie Monster, Bodywork. We also got AC in the building, but before I bring AC on, I want to just set the tone for this evening, man. Mic check, 1 2 1 2, sounding crystal clear. That's what I like to hear. You know, we find ourselves in situations where you need a specialist, man. Like a lot of people saying a lot of things, and a lot of people seeing a lot of different things or whatever, but I'm not quite sure if I've heard anybody quite hit the nail on the head. And I'll give you a couple of examples before we get started. Because I really want to set the tone so we can have a great, nutritional, value-packed episode. But it's like some blind men and an elephant. And each blind man touch a different part on the elephant. Like one feel the trunk and it's a snake. Another feels the leg and it says it's a tree. Another feels the side and says it's a wall. Each person is sincere, but each only has part of the picture. No one can see the whole elephant. And the lesson is that good intentions don't always equal to clear understanding. Sometimes you need someone with the right perspective or expertise to explain what's exactly in front of you. And I believe that's what we're going to do. Another one is imagine like reading all of the smallest lines on the art chart. It look blurry and everybody's like bickering and arguing over what letter is what. No, that's the F, that's the L. No, that's. But an optometrist, it don't debate with you. He or she don't debate with you. They put the correct lens right in front of you, and then suddenly the letters become crystal clear. And I got 1,000 of these examples because I was trying to figure out how to make this shit hit home for a lot of y'all. And pretty much that's what we're going to do. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, it's going to get through different people. But with no further ado, I got my main Apple Scrabble, the best co-host on the planet. AC, what's going on with you?
Man, everything good, bro. Yeah, this is the type of thing that you can pretty much talk about it and do your best to explain it, but none of that's going to do justice until you put it up on the big board and just lay it out like the detectives with the strings, and they lay out all the suspects and everything, and they say, all right, this is this guy, this is his MO, and this was this person, and yada yada yada. So like I said, it's a thing that's stipple. You can focus on any given dot, but until you step back and until you could actually see within your own head the big picture, you know, you're gonna constantly be caught up in the details of just the one dot that the other person can only see, and you're trying to explain, no, there is a big picture. Well, I can't see it. That's because where you're standing, your perspective will not allow you to see it. So here, step back with me, and now look, see everything, right? You can actually see that there is a wall with this stuff posted on it. Or maybe now you can open your eyes and step back and see, oh shit, all of us was just touching an elephant. And that's where, you know, that's where a lot of the shit will just come down, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it now. So yeah, they was on it, but it was just lacking the visuals.
Right. Yeah, man. I've been having my ears to the street, man, getting the pulse. That's why I always say this is the pulse of boxing, man. You know. So I put my ears to the street, and you know, I've heard some people say some pretty good things, and I'm just like, I'm still not hearing nobody give me the fix, you know, that fix, you know. So I was like, man, we got to do it. This is a job for us to do it, you know. So that's what we're going to do, man. But with no further ado, because this is going to be a nutritionally packed, lot of information. Again, this is not 7-Eleven. This is not McDonald's. It's going to be a lot of nutritional value. Fruits and veggies, man, like nutritional information, something that you can take on to your next boxing conversation, and also something that's going to help kind of mold some of your opinions, you know. But we're going to base it on facts. So we're going to go ahead and get into the housekeeping, get this in the way. Number one, Dalton Smith versus Alberto Puello, set 10-24. And you know, that's my division, so I'm really excited. I was really disappointed when that fight got pushed back. But I always say that 140 is the most dangerous division in boxing, followed by 154. You can see by how the belts change hands. You can see by how people moved and tiptoe, and they won't say certain names. They won't. Even the contenders are dangerous. Some contenders might be champions. Some contenders might be waiting to beat shit down somebody's legs as soon as they step up in that division. And that's why people got on their tippy toes and used their librarian voices and skirted right past 140. I'm not going to call out no names. But we did get some answers when this news came out, and I'm going to share that. Let me do this. So we get down to the business. Dalton Smith versus Alberto Puello rescheduled October 24th. It's going to get spooky. They got Puello punching on my man like that. You know what I'm saying? Dang, man. And that's by Ali Campbell on 7-10. The WBC Junior Welterweight title fight would take place in Sheffield after Dalton Smith recovered from the elbow injury that postponed the original date. See, we didn't know. We didn't know what it was. I was saying, man, it's kind of funny. I'm sitting back, man. I've been on my stipple too. You know what I'm saying? I've been stepping back and just looking at the big picture. And I'm like, man, it's right there. We've been saying it, for a lot of the time, but this plays a part in that too. Some of my speculation earlier. But Dalton Smith's first WBC junior welterweight title defense against Alberto Puello has been rescheduled for October 24th. The fight was postponed. Man, we used to show Sabro a lot of love, man. I gotta check up on my man and see what he got going on in 5 rounds. And will now make his first appearance as champion in front of his hometown fans. The 29-year-old has steadily climbed the rankings over the past several years and enters the fight looking to strengthen his position as one of the divisions. With 10 knockouts, is still scheduled to Miguel and Puello and Sandor Martin are 2 fighters that I say could very much well be, in my opinion, undefeated. Because I really think Puello and Sabrill's my guy. He was my guy. He's a little undefeated, and Sandor Martin is undefeated in my eyes. You know, I know what the scorecards say or whatever, but if anybody want to debate that, you know what I'm saying, I'm open to it. But in my eyes, both of them guys are undefeated. And that's another, those are 2 big reasons. To them and Hirioka, you know what I'm saying, are 3 big reasons why people tiptoe past 140. It's still scheduled to face Miguel Angel Bolaño in a 10-round non-title bout on July 18th in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. The Stay Busy fight is expected to serve as his final outing before challenging Smith for the WBC title on October 24th, provided he comes through with an upset or injury. So he's going to fight in 6 days, and I like it. You know what I'm saying? Matias is a very tough customer, a pure boxer who got skills. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
Body.
I'm excited about that. The post, yeah.
Check your mic real quick because it's going in and out sometimes.
Say that again.
No.
I said check your mic real quick.
Is it going out?
You're good right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but when you said it was like, can you not hear me now? You feel what I'm saying? So
Okay.
it's a slight
See,
little.
I don't know why they always do this. All right, so what am I AC? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Or is it still doing?
It's still doing it because right after you say "hear me now,"
All
I
right.
said good. Then your next few words just start.
All right, let me. It's still doing it now?
Yeah, somewhat.
Damn, hold on real quick. All right, let me see.
Like now it's sounding like I could hear everything, even what you're doing in the
All right.
background.
Hey, how do I still cutting up? I'm still cutting up, AC?
Yeah, you good right now. But it's weird, bro, because it's
All
as
right.
soon as you get confirmation, it'll go out and then come right back. So it's not like it's you know what I'm saying? It's just sometimes it's every other word.
All right. Let me see. Let me try this again.
But you're good right now. You golden
Okay,
right now.
okay. All right, let me see. You know, it's just one of them things. Something told me. I had that feeling, man. I know when they gonna mess with me because it's always odd. The messages, the one when I be having them heavy hitters, the ones that I'm like, really, really need to get this on. Like they really be fucking with them lives, man. I mean, but hey, eat the fish and spit out the bones, y'all. Eat the fish and spit out the bones, man. We try this again. Try this one more again. So I got down here, I was reading Puello. Puello 24-1 with 10 KOs. Is still scheduled to face Miguel Angel Bellano in the 10-round non-title bout on July 18th in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. The Stay Busy fight is expected to serve as his final outing before challenging Smith for the WBC title in October 24th, provided he comes through with an upset or an injury. The postponement gave Smith additional time to recover from the elbow injury without forcing the WBC to strip him of the title. With the new date now in place, both fighters can resume preparations for one of the division's most significant title fights this fall. The winner could be in line for bigger opportunities in a crowded junior welterweight division that features several world champions and contenders pursuing unification bouts. A successful first title defense for Smith would further establish him as a key player at 140 pounds, while Puello will attempt to spoil the homecoming and regain a world championship fight. And there go the imagery right there. So it's official. The Dalton versus, and that's my cap. So it's official. That's official. And for me, man, I'm excited about that. I'm really excited about that. ASO Stain, salute. Because I'm a fan. I'm a huge fan of Puello, man. I think he's one of the nicest out there, man. When it comes to the sweet science, you know what I'm saying? I think he's one of my guys, man. That's why I'm getting ready to revamp. I'm getting ready to revamp my intro. I'm getting ready to shake some shit up. I'm getting ready to redo a whole bunch of things, man, and really put down a demo, man, for everybody, man. And I'm about to really start highlighting. I'm gonna try to get off the beaten path less and less, which we don't really do. But I'm really going to start really digging into, even if they don't get that many views, the same way I started out with Sabril Matias. When I started out with Sabril Matias, they didn't get that many views, and I was doing all year anyway. When I was doing the guys off the beaten path, I had got to the point where I was doing lives and videos, and my videos was getting 3,000, 4,000, you know what I'm saying, 5,000 views. And I stopped because people kept taking. I would do a video, and then 2 days later, they would take everything that was in that video, and they would get paid for it. So I was like, man, I'm not going to feed nobody else. So I just got back to just doing what I thought was like, okay, the happy medium where I'm putting out information, I'm staying consistent and everything. And I got away from specifically just keeping my foot on people's necks when it came down to the fighters that's not in the limelight. I think I'm getting ready to go back and do that again. I'm about to start doing that again, but I'm checking for that fight. Big implications for that fight. That is the division, 140-pound division. That's the most competitive division. And again, I say it's always open for debate. You know what I'm saying? You want to debate me on that? We can do it. I'm here for it. But that was housekeeping number. That was housekeeping number 1. Housekeeping number 2. And ASO Stain, salute for that cash app, brother. Hey, I appreciate that support, brother. I really do, man. Thank you for that, ASO Stain, man. Salute for that. I got you, brother. Thank you. Channel appreciate you. Number 2, it takes 2 to tango. He said, yes, sir. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you for real, man. But number 2, man, it takes 2 to tango. And it's sad that we got to have this conversation. And everybody understands this. Everybody understands that, like, when it comes down to relationship, like, it takes 2 to get married or be committed or to make a relationship work. It takes 2. Everybody understands that. I don't know why when it comes to boxing and making big fights happen, I'm not sure where's the disconnect between real life and what goes on in the boxing world. You know, or maybe there's just a bunch of man fans out here. They're not respected. You know how that one book say that God is no respecter of persons? It's like we got a lot of respecter of persons in the boxing game. So it's like, yeah, you respect when this guy do this and when this guy do that, but you don't respect when this guy do this and that guy do that. But y'all gotta understand, right? Especially when it comes down to SGB Mello. Salute. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, y'all. Man. Thank you for the love, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. But y'all gotta understand, man, like mainly, and I'm gonna use this guy, and I try not to do this, but I have to do this because it's gonna cater to the bigger picture, y'all. Trust me, it's all gonna, when you step back and you listen to everything we say on this live and everything we go over, even on the playback, if you catch on it and it's gonna make sense. But like, I'm gonna show y'all something. I had to clarify this thumbnail at some point because I was like, I don't think that Devin really is that. I just think that when it comes down to that guy on the right, he is that. So I gained respect. I gained a little respect for Devin after the Brian Norman fight. I ain't gonna lie. He made me eat crow, some of the best crow ever, just like he made me eat crow with Regis. So slowly but surely, I gained respect for him, and then he go out and he do some things. But like, this is the thing, y'all. When it come down to two fighters wanting to fight, like both fighters gotta want to fight. Like I don't know what, like it always like baffles me how when it comes down to one person, right? Like when he's the A side, it's just his responsibility to make the fight. But these other guys can go each and everywhere. They can say no, they can act like divas, they can do this, and it's still his fault that the fight not getting made. It's like, no, it takes two to tango, y'all. It takes two. Y'all know that song. It takes two to make a. It takes two to make a. It takes two to make a. It takes two to make. It takes two to make a thing go right. In order for this shit to go right, it takes two. I don't know where's the like. I don't know if y'all repeated the 7th grade 3 times. If y'all was in the 9th grade twice, I'm not sure. But like, we gotta stop this, man. Like, if somebody sends you an offer and it's gonna be the biggest, because that was like always the guy, Devin. That was always his claim to fame. Oh man, everybody fight when they get the biggest payday. Well, if you get offered the biggest payday of your life and you say no, you can't go and say the guy who sent you the offer. I heard the biggest knee pad wearing, throat coat spraying, tonsil jewelry displaying, reach around, extend, having fan. Say that, well, if Tank signs to fight Devin, I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? That's just like saying that Rolly signed. Remember when Rolly came on and gave that clarification? It's like when he's like them saying, well, Rolly signed up to fight Devin. Rolly was like, hold on, man, how am I ducking when I sent the offer? And I know we were the first channel to come. I know I was the first one to come out on this channel and say, listen, man, rarely do you ever hear this man ever come out and say anything about the money initially, which Devin did. He came out and said something about the money. He said, yeah, it was a good offer. Yeah, the pay was looking good or whatever. We just, you know what I'm saying, we fine-tuning some things. To bookend it and say that, no, the fight didn't happen because the money wasn't right. I'm like, well, hold on. Your first, and I said, man, it's rare that they come out and say that. Like, it was rare. It was an oddity that they would come out and say that. So you have that Rolly situation. And then everybody point the fingers at Rolly. Then you had a Tank situation. I'll take the same thing that you had with Shakur, no rehydration, 70-30. Let's get it, big nose. I don't like the way you talking to me. And you walk away. It takes two. Notice, listen, 140 is by division, and these guys might not be the most popular. Dalton Smith is making some noise, and Alberto Puello, like I just said, he's arguably undefeated in my book. I think he beat Sabril. But what do we hear about them in negotiations? The first time, it was really on Eddie booking the fight. What do we hear in the media about their negotiations the first time? What did we hear Puello say when Dalton Smith pulled out? At that time, it was an undisclosed injury. Now we know it was an elbow injury. But what did we hear from Alberto Puello when that happened? Obviously, he went ahead and got hot. Why? Because he got a fight coming up in 6 days. On his way to still fight in October. Ain't nobody speaking on that and singing his praises, say, oh man, he's after it. Like, he stayed patient. Oh, he wasn't all in the social media. So the guy that's doing right and whatever. But what do we hear in the media from either one of them about the negotiations of the fight? All we know is that Alberto Prado was going over to Sheffield to go try to unstrap Dalton Smith, and I think he will. I think he's going to go over there and he's going to unstrap Dalton Smith. I draw my line in the sand right now. I don't think Dalton Smith, he has some power and all that, yeah, but like for Dalton Smith, it's going to be a curveball going up against Gabriel Matias. He is not going to be there to get hit, and he's going to be able to hit you. And I know he's hungry. I know he know that he can't leave it up for the judges and all that. So I think he's going to go over there and unstrap him in Sheffield and get a strap back. Get the strap that he should have had anyway. He's going to go back and get his strap back. But what do we hear in the media? It takes two, y'all. Like, why don't we understand that? You can't, and like even with the whole situation with Shakur, when we come and find out that he went over there to Matchroom and then he said, oh, told Eddie and them don't even try to make the Tank fight. But he went over to Matchroom and there was 3 belts on Top Rank, 1 belt over there with PBC with Tank. He went to Matchroom where there was Andy Cruz, but there was no fight for Andy Cruz. And told Eddie don't make the fight. Everybody went and said, oh man, Tank ducking. Tank don't want to fight. Oh, it's all on Tank. It takes 2, y'all. Repeat after me. It takes 2 to make a thing go right. So let's stop all of this BS now. I'm not saying my guy Tank do everything right and exact. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it takes 2, y'all. This applies to everything in life. You want to have a successful relationship, it takes both of y'all putting in work, effort, and energy. You want to have a successful, whatever you do, you want to have a successful company, you want to be successful at your company, it takes the employer and the employee. If you are the employer or if you're self-employed, it takes you and the person that you're contracted with to make it work. It takes 2. So a lot of people be exposing themselves when they come out here and they make it, and it's no matter what this individual over here do, it's never their fault. There's a lot of fan bases that's getting like that. Something got to be wrong. It can't be everybody else now. It takes 2 when it comes down to these fights. Abdullah can want to smoke the shit out of Schofield. Schofield got to, 1, stop pulling out. He got to come to the table and stop. You notice that he's starting to be one of these guys. Ain't had no strap, ain't had nothing. He's starting to be one of the most, like, hardest to negotiate with. Why? He's always in the public negotiating. How many fights have we got where we just got the fight? Like, I didn't hear no bickering and all that between Albert Bell and Abdullah Mason. Even after the pullout, even after that, we found out that there was a couple options afterwards. But what did we hear? We didn't hear no back and forth. It was just, let's get it. And the announcement was made. We didn't hear nothing on social media, so y'all got to start watching your favorite fighters. Now, I know some of my guys, they be all on social media, but they also the guys that sending offers and getting turned down, and they still getting blamed for why fights are not happening. And me no comprende. Me no speak it in English. It takes 2 to make a thing go right when it comes down to these boxers. And I know I might be dating myself with that. But that's how it goes, man. It takes, like, come on, man. We gotta stop doing that, man. Like, it's obviously because they always say, listen, it's an age-old saying when 2 fighters want to fight, they'll make it happen. Well, you see what happened with Earl and Bud. Earl went against the well wishes of everybody. He wanted that fight. He really, really wanted against a lot of people. It was the same as swimming upstream. He wanted that fight. We couldn't always say that, Bud always wanted that fight. Why? Because he left Earl at the altar. He wanted to flip over and cook books and look at him like he wanted the PBC to change business model. And I got these guarantees, and he left Earl. Earl really wanted that fight. Ultimately, Bud was like, all right, well, I'm going to come on in. Think about the Caleb Plant and Canelo situation. Caleb Plant knew he was the last piece to the puzzle, so he played a little bit of hardball. You know what Canelo said? All right, I'm going to leave your ass on red. And he spent the block. He wound up coming on in, and Caleb Plant wound up getting like $10 million, which I thought was like, hey, he used this leverage to do that. That was totally different than what Bud did, where Earl wound up giving him half. That's not none of my business, though. What I'm trying to say is when two people really want to fight each other, like if I really want to fight somebody, ain't nothing in this world gonna stop me from doing it. I'm talking about in real life. I'm not talking about no being no internet personality and coming on being no. I'm talking about in real life. In real life. If you want to punch somebody in the face, what's gonna stop you? There's gonna be consequences. But we gotta stop this, y'all. Take that to your next boxing conversation. Keep that in mind. You gotta look at your guy. It's all these excuses as to, oh, but now, yeah. And then we got all these interpreters and mind readers. I'm like, man, y'all must be filthy rich with all these talents y'all got. It boils down to when two people really want to fight, they're gonna do it. They're gonna say and do what it takes. Not just verbiage, but with action. Send a contract or sign a contract. But it was the dumbest shit in the world. I heard that biggest Devin Haney knee pad wearing fan say that, oh, if Tank signs. What you mean if Tank signs when he sends the offer? But that's that mind fuckery that they do with y'all. It's like that movie, The Mac, when he had him up there in the planetarium and he had the lady repeating after me, I ain't love gold. He's like, man, some of these content curators be having y'all niggas mesmerized out here. I don't get it. But to each his own. The last one, Devin Haney just exposed himself. Yeah, I mean, I found this very odd, man. I found this very odd. And I was trying not to lean on this man. But what sticks out to me sticks out to me. So I found this kind of odd. Let me find this. Let me pull this up real quick. And I sent it over to AC and I'm like, hey man, your guy, man, look like he lightweight kind of exposed himself. So we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Let's do this. Ryan Garcia threatens Devin Haney with a cease and desist after latest exchange. Credit to Dan Ambrose. 7/12, that was today. Ryan Garcia's war of words with Devin Haney escalated again on Sunday after Haney questioned his latest claims about drug testing. Haney responded to Garcia's interview by pointing to his own history as world champion, suggesting Garcia's insistence that he has been undergoing testing did not erase the controversy surrounding their rivalry. Devin Haney, I was a WBC champion for years, never been tested once. Hopefully that was a long, awkward pause. I was a WBC champion for years, never been tested once. Haney wrote on X. Say, you want me to take the what and leave the what? Haney's post came after Garcia said that during a recent interview that he has been enrolled in year-round testing and accused both Haney and Shakur Stevenson of unfairly reviving the subject. Ryan quickly fired back, saying he had been tested just one day earlier and warning Haney to stop making public accusations or risk legal action. He maintained that his latest test is further proof he has nothing to hide despite the continued scrutiny surrounding the subject. Again, you are an idiot, and now you're pissing me off. I just got tested yesterday, Garcia said in response. Either you shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna do a Haney and send a cease and desist letter. Ryan's sarcastic threat mocked the legal letter Bill Haney sent during their past feud, turning it into another shot at his longtime rival. Garcia also stood firm on his insistence that he has continued testing, rejecting any suggestion that drug use remains an issue. His latest comment suggests that this bitter grudge match is nowhere near finished as both fighters refuse to back down. Cheater, PED user says painting to Ryan. All of that, I know that's going to be a stick. That's just like somebody juggling you in the ribs because y'all got something going on. But I'm just going to go back to this. I was a WBC champion for years and never been tested once. I don't know, y'all. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Right here. Yeah, you see what right here. Because you were with Conti and that therapeutic use, that TUE, yeah, cooked himself. Straight cooked himself. I'm like, Mister, you gotta like remember that pressing issue they were saying with Brian Norman. Remember how Tim Bradley jumped out there with Brian Norman after the Jen Sasaki stuff, and Tim like just arbitrarily just infused PEDs with Brian Norman at that point. Remember how they was riding him saying no, he had just knocked out Jen Sasaki. He was on vacation. They wanted that man to start testing while he was on vacation. But he shoot. These guys don't be knowing what they be saying because he jumped out there, man, and shot himself in the foot. I'm like, wow, like then because if you are, it's like guilty by association, right? It's like they say if you hang around, what, 6 drug users, you bound to be the 7th, or you hang around 7 alcoholics, you bound to be the 8th, or you hang around 9 arsonists, you bound to be the 10th, whatever you want to fill in the gap with. But if you associated with a guy like that, and my guy D Calico, he tended to think that Conti was on the straight and narrow, and there's no way because the FBI would be up his tail and this and that. I don't know. I think sometimes when people get put away, they learn how to be better criminals. You know what I'm saying? They learn how to, like, I watch a lot of American Greed. That's one of my favorite shows. I watch a lot of them movies with killers and how they got away and what happened, and Forensic Files and American Greed and Fatal Fraud and all kind of shows. That's my shit. I'll sit around and watch it. Sometimes I gotta stop it because I don't want my lady to think I'm crazy. But I watch a lot of them, and a lot of them get better. It don't be the first time they get a whammy and they get 10 years. Some of them, they just can't stop and they just figure out another way. Some of these people are like what I call hot stove method type people. I know because I think my son is a hot stove method. He's just one of them guys where you can tell him all day that stove is hot. He's going to touch it. He's going to touch it more than once. So I don't know if you have that room. And I always said, man, look, it sounds like deflection. Because remember, the court came out and said the same thing about Ryan. Because remember, he said he would fight him, right? But then he said catch weight and all this other stuff, right? And then David Benavidez told him, like, nah, man, if you really want it, man, tell him come to 147 or no fight. The court got mad at him and was like, well, tell him to go fight Usyk and blah, blah, blah. But it's just like this. You can't, like right now, we at a point in time, right, where you can't no longer bring up Canelo Alvarez's drug use and the fact that he popped hot. You can't bring it up. Why? If you bring that up, but Bud was still willing to fight him, and that was Bud's claim to fame, it's like you can't be a box where you have it both ways. You can't. And Ryan went through with he went through with Mario Barrio. You don't think PBC and Mario Barrio saw that just like with Tank and them? When Tank fought him, how they had his ass on the strip, whatever? Y'all don't think that he had to go through that with Mario Barrio? You think Mario Barrio's like, nah, we ain't gonna test. Let's just go ahead and, you know what I'm saying, do like pump it up. No. So you can't have it both ways. The man, he had to go through a protocol to actually get that strap. So you can't use that as a defense mechanism because all I smell is I smell. I ain't gonna tell y'all what I smell. But y'all know, you know what that smell like. You know what I'm saying? And that's the housekeeping. That's the housekeeping, AC, man. What you got, brother?
Well, basically, I'll start off with Dalton Smith and Quayle. Excellent fight. Yeah, I'm with you in the manner. I think Quayle is just gonna. We're probably gonna see something within the realm of a masterclass. That's kind of what I'm expecting, or something like where Dalton Smith may win 4 rounds, and we might give him a couple because they're swing rounds or whatever. But he'll definitively win 2 rounds. That's pretty much how I have it. Moving to the second one, it takes 2 to tango. Yeah, that's an absolute fact. That's the stuff we've been talking about. That's the stuff that put me and started to raise an eyebrow when certain things happen with the so-called upper echelon of boxing. It's one of the things that made us put up an eyebrow and say, okay, it takes 2 to tango. We know for a fact that while you was looking for a fight and stuff like that, there was a guy already up at 54 that was like, look, I'll fight you. And we were calling him the boogeyman. But everybody was saying, no, it's the 10-pound rehydration. Even guys who had a belt, they were talking about the 10-pound rehydration, and it's like, that doesn't affect you. So why are you putting that out there? Because you don't want to tango. Not with that just yet. You feel what I'm saying? You may be a little bit too young, you may be too whatever, but for whatever reasons, dudes just wasn't willing to tangle with the dude, and they kind of put him on the shelf. You feel what I'm saying? And he was basically, in the movie The Rock with Sean Connery. He was Sean Connery, the real bad man in the cell with the chains, chained in a chair, in a small metal cube or whatever. They had him under the jail, in a jail, by the side of another jail, and all of that was encapsulated in one bigger jail. So pretty much that's what was going on. And then, what's the name? Just pretty much relieves him of his strap. And we kind of thought like, hey, wait a minute, I don't know. I think that fight was a lot closer than what y'all trying to tell us it was. Because I don't know how he didn't get the credit for the knockdown. So with that being said, it's the business of boxing. We get it. But moving forward, it's like, bro, why didn't you go up there and try to challenge that man to the tango? Devin Haney, for whatever reason, you felt that you had leverage to try to do what you tried to do with PBC to the tango. Like, there was no reason for you to do that. I mean, like, when you really look at skill set for skill set, it would have been boiled down to, at the end of the day, people just saying Rolly had a puncher's chance. You would have been the guy that everybody's like, no, Dev is going to outbox him. Unification, and you beat the guy that beat Ryan. That's what you said. To the tango. Now you over there, Bill talking all of this crazy shit, and you still don't have a dance partner. And now we're talking, oh, Dev should be signing with Zuffa soon. Well, Shakur was supposed to sign with Zuffa about a month ago, and you were supposed to follow suit according to the way the Devin Haney clan talk. All right, we're supposed to be. So I'm like, okay. Do I believe Shakur Stevenson signed to Zuffa within the week that led up to the PBC announcement? No. If he did, he did that. So what's wrong with you? Why are you so slow? Your pops is out here saying that, yo, he getting $100 million. Who the fuck sits around and wait to sign a contract for $100 million? Who the fuck does that? But yet everybody talk, no, they're about to sign. They're the same thing with Shakur. Somebody offered Shakur $60 million for a fight contract. What's the problem with signing it? The same way people cook Deontay Wilder. The same way they tried to go after AJ. Oh, but AJ said the $50 million. Wilder and his team, even Frank Warren co-signed it. Deontay Wilder, you go meet the execs of the Zone and Sky Sports, and they offer you this $110 million fight, and you turn down $120 million. You turn down $110 million. Okay, But this is something Devin wanted. This is something Bill is out here talking aggressively about. $100 million and you ain't signed shit yet. To the tango. So at the end of the day, man, it is what it is. And the business of boxing is exposing all of these, accolade queens now. That's what I'm gonna call them. Y'all get your little jewelry on. It's like a little engagement ring. See my ring? See my ring? See my ring belt? See, and you put your hand up and you try to wave like you see chicks do on Real Housewives when they get a big ass engagement ring or any other TV show. They got that finger in that weird position and their hand just be out there for everybody to see it. Like looking at a rapper when a rapper in the video and he get a whole new watch. He like, yeah, you see that? Or like the comedians used to do back in the day with the muscle man as soon as he gets some big arms. What? My phone ringing? Let me go answer. And he put his arm and he trying to flex his arm while he grabbing the phone and looking like, he on the cover of a Wheaties box, flexing muscles. So this is what these dudes are doing to us. And it's like, man, let's start calling this bullshit out. So looking at number 3, and that's where I'm gonna land it with that, because I go on all day about that type of dumb shit. But again, and this is one of those things that you just gotta take one of those deep breaths and rub your eyebrows and grab your beard, your facial hair, and your hair, and it's just like, okay. All right. Here's the deal, young man. For you to come out and you say some dumb shit like that, right? It's twofolded for me. The one thing is that you're gonna spend your entire career making an accusation that Ryan Garcia was never suspended for. Ostarine, PEDs, okay, it is what it is, but he wasn't suspended for that. They said he got 2 substances in his system, but the substances, weren't enough to warrant any suspension. But you're sitting over there with Conte, who came out his own fucking mouth and said, what we do is take blood tests to see where the client's blood levels are. And we're looking for specific levels. So you take that information and you say, okay, what other blood-related cheating accusations rocked an athlete and fucked up a certain sport? And you go back to bicycling and this guy called Lance Armstrong, Iron Man. So Lance Armstrong was doing something called blood doping. Get his body up to a certain point, everything is firing on all cylinders. That's the shit that Victor Conte is looking for. That height in where Lance Armstrong started to draw the blood. He's going to do that for you and read that and then give you supplements to push you back to that level. So you pretty much you're pretty much performing at that level through supplements. And I'm doing air quotes on that. And I'm trying to think to myself, what sort of supplements can you take that mimic that? Like what sort of sugar are you putting in your body? Electrolytes, just anything. I mean, a bowl of kale ain't gonna do that. You put kale, blueberries, and apple cider vinegar dressing on all of that shit, and that shit still might not do it. You can probably find the most craziest mushroom, and I don't think that'll do it. So you're giving someone something based off of their blood. Same thing as Lance Armstrong. You're using the Lance Armstrong method to now use supplements instead of the blood. If that's not a cool ass way to mask blood doping, then I don't know what the fuck it is. And I think this is the part, if anybody was going to make an argument about snack, that's where the fuck you start. You go by what the motherfucker just said. We draw blood and make an assessment on where the patient's blood is. Exactly what Lance Armstrong was doing. As he's going through his workout and he's saying, yeah, I feel great, I'm strong, and he riding the shit out of that bike, they just drawing blood out of the dude. What did it look like now? No, you need like another half hour to get the peak. All right, I'm gonna ride. I need that half hour. And you build that shit up during that half hour. Where am I at now? Take my blood. Yeah, you right there. Store that shit. There's no difference. Except you're not using a patient's blood. You're making supplements. I don't know how that works. That's some real scientific shit for your ass. And that's the magic of Victor Conte. If you want to build, if you're a major company that was hacked, a proprietary information, shit that nobody that had so many layers, and there was this kid that hacked it and put the shit on the internet, you don't press charges on that kid. You hired that kid because that's the kid that's gonna build your firewalls, because he was the one who breached your firewalls. So you go back in, where did you breach at? Okay, fix it. And he's your new IT guy. If you notice, most IT guys are great ass fucking hackers. Look at any movie. They tell you, oh, I could write code to do blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because you are a hacker first. So at the end of the day, to me, that's how I explain it. That's the first side. You exposed yourself that you are really the big cheater, and anyone that's within this space, if you want to make an argument that's rational and reasonable, and you can say, yeah, this is how I can point the finger and say, for me, this makes more sense than anything anybody ever told me about Victor Conte cheating. But I have to go back to your methods of how you operate. And once you start drawing blood from people and looking at the blood and doing all of these blood testing, you're saying you're creating these supplements. That's a wrap for me. You're a fucking cheater. You just mask it differently, but you're still a fucking cheater. So here's the problem. That's the number one problem. Devin, you're definitely the kettle, all the cookware, calling this one little pot black. And I'm like, the fucking audacity of you, and people to be like, yeah, well, Ryan. Yeah. Okay, but now the more and more I'm looking at snacking, I'm thinking, and I'm like, I'm hearing some of the arguments. I'm like, I don't know if you quite got it. Because the argument you're making, yeah, it's rational, but there's got to be something more to it. And that's pretty much within the theme of the meat and potatoes of this show, which I'm not going there right now, but that's within the same vein and the same logic. No one has painted, in my opinion, no one has painted the clear picture of how it actually could happen. And then one day I'm just looking at the old video of Lance Armstrong and the whole Lance Armstrong controversy, and I'm like, yeah, if you're gonna come back and do it, you had all of that, you had some time behind them bars and by yourself to really think about how I'm gonna come out as a better criminal. How can I improve the program? Wow. So I was like, okay, that's what it is. That's what you did. And the numbers show that jail don't rehabilitate nobody. 9 times out of 10, jail actually makes people better criminals. Because then you wind up meeting somebody who's good at the thing you weren't that good at, and they put you on how to be better. Yeah, no, this is how you cover it up. See, you need Muse. Do the same thing they do with weed. Get the number. When a nigga needs something, have him text you. You go and drop it off right then and there, or you had a nigga meet you someplace. And it's always where you want to be, and you make sure your exit's good. Blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, this is how the shit works. So, moving on to, and no, I'm not even saying moving on to, but that's pretty much it for me, because Devin, when you said you haven't been tested by the WBC. You were like a champ for a couple of years there, maybe 3 years, 3.5 years, 135 and 140. And not one time you were drug tested?
Not once, bro.
Like, I don't understand how that works. I don't know. That's like, a guy who owns the new BMW 1000. And you've been a dude that on a mini bike, on everything, you speed. You get on the open road, you gone. Police get behind you. Nah, I'm out. And then you get that 1000, and then you say, you know what? I never got a ticket or was ever pulled over. Now I would sit there and think like, on that 1000, never? Nah, hell no. So do you ride mad cautious? Nah, you know me. Oh, you just outran everybody. So you did the dirt, but you just outran everybody. Oh, okay. Everybody, like I said, especially when they go that route, you're looking for an edge. You're looking for an edge. The body is, what you're looking for is something to help you recover. So you guys that don't have the punching power, you're just pure boxers. Maybe some of you guys are always looking for that little thing that carries you over. Race car drivers do it. Horse racers do it. You try to cut weight. You try to do this, make this more aerodynamic. Is that cheating? Or are you playing within the rules you're playing in the confines of the rules, but you're just slightly bending them? At the end of the day, Devin Haney, just keep your fucking mouth shut. Fight Rolly, fight somebody else. But, I don't want to hear no more about these drug accusations because you sound stupid. Let it go. Be Teddy Pendergrass. Let it go. Just let it go. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's a dead argument. Nobody wants to hear it. We're all past it. You could try to still use it to duck Ryan because y'all afraid of Ryan right now. Ryan looked sharp in that last fight. And there was no PEDs around, whatever, but y'all still going on with it. Let it go. That horse is dead, buried its bones. So you can't get no more meat off of it, bro. And that's where I land my plane on that. He's just a clown.
And I got some things that you brought up that I want to address, but I want to say what's up to Aaron Jones. He's off today. He's privileged to get on the panel. So what's going on, AJ?
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, y'all? No, man, I was just tuning into the show for real. It's been a little minute, man.
Yeah.
How y'all doing, man? I hope all is well.
We good, man. We maintaining, man. We just, we just scoping the landscape and making our assessments, man, and seeing this wild world of boxing that we in right now, and just trying to pick and choose our battles, man. That's it.
Cool, man. But no, like I'm gonna touch on that real quick. About the whole, thing about the drug testing and all that. Well, I want to say, like, overall, man, like, just leave Tank out of it for like a little bit. Like, when is the media, or you could say Bill or anybody, when is they gonna just stop with the trying to create a, like, I know it's getting old to me and y'all, but like, nobody's getting tired of keep saying it. Like, bro, like, it's never gonna work. Like, it's never gonna work to where it go. Y'all keep spinning narratives and narratives and narratives. Like, y'all gonna be known for just that after a while, cause it's not gonna last. Like, it's like almost like Kid Austin when he kept pulling out a fight. Like, Who actually thought Tank was ready to fight Kid Austin? I already knew they was gonna pull out or try find some tricky way to make it to where those they ain't gotta fight Tank or like it's sort of kind of like that. Like this man Bill Haney insists that they offering Tank money when y'all just couldn't offer Broly money, but it's like they so stuck in their ways. It's like it's on auto repeat to where though that's all they can't say anything factual, so they just gotta keep what they've been doing. And even to where though people don't even think twice about believing it because they don't want to believe Tank actually want to fight these guys. Like even like mind you, the burner account is a burner account.
Yeah. I don't know if you cut out, but yeah, it is a burner account.
Maybe somebody called him. He's probably he's on.
Well, let me say this in the meantime, in between time. You know, it's funny, AC, because you was the only one that I heard come out and say this about Shakur when he got that TUE, because he got a TUE too. But it's wild. That's why I say when I said, you know, when they be saying God is no respecter of persons, it's like it's a lot of boxing fans that's respecter of persons. Because when AJ had his TUE, everybody was talking about that. Why? Because they were Wilder. They were Wilder fans. So because of their fandemonium, you know, it drove them to put extra scrutiny on AJ. And I'm like, a TUE is a TUE. It shouldn't matter who got it or who had it.
Yeah.
But it's real odd how, you know, you pointed it out. We pointed it out. It's a live with us doing it. It's several lives. I think around that time might have been 2 or 3 lives because, you know, when we would get through everything we got through and that might come up, you might bring that up or whatever. But you was the only one that stayed consistent with that. And we realized that. But this the other thing. One thing that people don't really want to talk about, because it's a channel that actually does it. You know what I'm saying? He made a living off of doing this and talking about these things. I say, listen, I'll do it in little slight strokes. I'll talk about it like with the Janabek and the Meldonium. When I did my research, did my homework, that was a known thing. What happened with Ryan was he got suspended once again because he did not disclose the supplements. It was not because he popped hot. It was because he disclosed. So it's one of them things like when you in the legal system and you looking at doing this time or you looking at doing this. It's like, all right, well, if I accept this, I'm gonna be out for a year. Let's just get it over with. Let's start the clock now and boom. And you know, I know in a year from now I'll be fighting. But if I push it off, it's gonna be more money. It's gonna be this. It ain't no guarantee, and I still might get the year. So he copped the plea. So that's what that was. But it was not for what everybody is claiming. But this is odd. This is what's so odd to me. And this is not my stuff. This is something that I came across a while ago, and I was like, wow. Because Sean Porter, ironically, was barking up that tree, and I was like, wow, the irony of that, because he was working with Victor too, but like he said something, Tim Bradley said something. It was a couple other channels that was like made a living doing it.
Yeah, real quick, buddy. Let me just explain it to somebody in the chat that doesn't know. It can have 2 different words. It can be a testosterone use exemption if you're a young fighter and because of training, your testosterone levels are low. You feel what I'm saying? So you get that exemption that you can start pumping testosterone into your body. Which testosterone, if you put that in your body, bro, you gonna knock somebody the fuck stupid. Therapeutic use exemption is the one more commonly used in professional boxing. You got a hand injury, shoulder injury, elbow injury, many different injuries to get you back in the gym so you can make the date you'll ask for a therapeutic use exemption. And that could be small dosage of steroids or some sort of something that deadens the pain. It's a whole variety of things to keep the swelling down and help you recover and help the bands or whatever, the elastic bands. Yeah, and stuff like that. So Either way, you get a TUE, it gives you a huge advantage, and there is no disclosure on, you know, a time limit of in or out of a fight. Just to be
Right.
clear, the first time I heard of a TUE, I heard of a UK dude in the height of Anthony Joshua. Just break down how many times Anthony Joshua had filed for a TUE. And he was filing for both testosterone when he did his Olympic run, and then when he got out of the Olympics, he was filing for TUEs as a professional boxer. He got a TUE when he knocked out Klitschko. So it was a UK dude, and then the UK dude stopped publishing negative videos about him and then jumped on the bandwagon to be a positive dude for AJ. I don't know if he was paid off or whatever, but he was exposing the shit out of a lot of UK fighters who were big names who were getting therapeutic use exemptions. Even Tyson Fury was filing for them shits.
Hey, and this what I was getting at though. This is the elephant in the room. And this is what baffled me. I want to say I know he had already crossed over into that 30-year-old category. But when it came to, you know, the number one pound for pound guy, 3-time undisputed, he found out he was anemic, messing with Victor Conte. But there were several people who didn't realize that they were anemic until they was working with Victor Conte. I'm like, well, damn, man. I would never want to work with Victor Conte because more than likely I'm going to be anemic. Well, what does that mean, Mike? That means that if you're anemic, you can take certain things, or he can recommend or introduce certain things doctor approved because by the classification, you're anemic. So it's like Devin opened up a can of worms with that shit that he did. That he just need the STFU. And the other thing you said that I had a point about was this. When you said accolade queens, like this is what's going on right now, because a lot of the accolade queens, like Mr. Undisputed 3-time, on his way out the door, he was like F them belts. Shakur started saying F them belts. You know, it was a notion that if Devin really wanted to fight him, then drop that belt and Shakur will fight him. So they basically setting a precedence for these guys that's coming up behind them to say F these belts. But this is the illustration I want to give. Imagine KD saying, man, fuck beating LeBron and them in the championship, man. You know how many times they came to the Ruckers and I cooked them? And that's their claim to fame? You know how many times we was in practice or in the summer league? You know how many games we won in the summer league? Man, F the championship. That's what's going on now. Stop me when I'm lying. That's what's going on now. Now, like the very thing, then this is what I was saying, the very thing that got these guys the status and, you know, the accolades that put them on the pedestal, they now wiping it away. And the people that's behind them are coming up behind them looking at those kind of things. So what are the youth gonna say? Oh man, my favorite fighter Shakur, he said F them belts. I don't want no belt. So you're gonna, because of the path and because of how media is and because they have this whole operation, all, you know what I'm saying, all on the they pretty much all on the they all getting paid. No other way. I mean, I ain't gonna try to church it up. Since everybody's getting paid to be in unison, you know what I'm saying, they all on the same sheet of music with this. The media is going to back you. You're going to have your diehard fan that's going to back you and say whatever and excuse away whatever. This is how we're going. But imagine that. Imagine if KD was like, man, I ain't got it, man. Fuck the fact that. Imagine Charles Barkley saying, man, fuck it, man. And he never got his championship. Patrick Ewing never got his championship. But imagine him getting at the top of Mount Kilimanjaro saying, man, fuck Jordan, fuck you, whoever. Fuck Magic, fuck all of them, man. We used to cook them guys in practice. That's really what it sounded like now. It's like they trying to like really devalue the belts. That was phase 1. We went in the meat and potatoes, we want to get into phase 2. But that's what came to mind when you were talking about these accolade queens.
Yeah, and just to recap on it, it was also just like you just brought it up when I was talking about the fact that even with a dude like Shakur and Terrence Crawford, the system that propped you guys up to make you everything you are. Now you're saying in the Shakur case, now you're saying the Shakur 2.0 on Zuffa is going to make me better than what this system did that I'm currently shitting on. I'm like, bro, y'all gotta be really fucking stupid to follow that logic and defend it. But I'll mute up and let AJ come back on and chop it up.
Yeah, AJ, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Y'all can hear me clearly?
Yeah, you clear now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh yeah, man, it's just like what I was saying. Like they taking it too far. Like they not focusing. Like you see how on this channel we focus on the boxers, what the boxers say, what the boxers do, bop, etc., etc. And we focus on that on this channel. What they do is they focus on the drama around the boxers, who the boxer call out, who the boxers ducking, who the, you feel me? Like they got a guy and what's his name, Shady McCoy, bro. He don't even have credibility in his own sport to speak on football. I mean, speak on boxing. Like I'm trying to figure out why this is why boxing is a joke because y'all letting him on a show, bro. Y'all couldn't find nobody else. Like it got to the point where people ain't gonna really say it, but it was one show. I think it was like a couple weeks ago. It was Malik Scott. Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was on there, and he was going back and forth with Shade McCoy Mazu. Malik Scott, the only one with sis on that show. I don't know why he's on it. Like they try to, diversify it, but anybody who with any sense couldn't be on a show called The Ring, bro. I'm sorry to say, you gonna be the only one on there. It's not gonna. You know how certain shows give good balance, like you and AC got good balance. You get what I'm saying? That show, if you got any type of thought of your own, it won't work because you could clearly see he was getting frustrated. I don't know what boxer wouldn't though. Like get frustrated with Shady McCoy because he don't know what the F he be talking about, bro. But they continue to let him on there and sound dumb. And people, even if you want people to tune into boxing, it's not gonna register with him because he sounds so dumb. Like he's saying that what has Tank done for the sport? Like, bro, have you even you picked Ryan Garcia to beat Tank? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like if he ain't do nothing for the sport, why is you picking every fighter against him? That's the same thing with Robert Garcia. Robert Garcia a pick. It don't matter if you Black American, or he picking them against you, against his own people. But at the end of the day, when they get beat, he always got something to say. Like when Tank beat Ryan, oh man, yeah, he's a fucking quitter. Ryan's a quitter. But I thought, you feel me? I thought that was your man. This basically what I'm saying is Malik Scott is trying to tell them that what they saying is not true because y'all talking about him. Y'all talking about him makes him relevant. They keep trying to pound this narrative in everybody's head that Tank just even I seen Chris Algieri nerd looking ass. Tank just wanna keep this so relevant, so that's why he tweeting, bro. First of all, that's not even Tank. Second of all, he don't gotta do shit because y'all eggplant riders, y'all do it for him. At this point, I think Tank should be putting them on a payroll, bro, because that man ain't said nothing before all the burner account shit, and they still was talking about it. Like, so I'm trying to figure out how is Tank gotta do this, that, and third when all he gotta do is tweet and that shit go viral, bro. And I meant to sing this earlier. It's this dude on Instagram that he used to be bashing Tank all the time and shit, but you know Tank been out the limelight for a little bit. Now every one of his videos, saying one of his videos, I'm talking about every one that come on my timeline on Instagram. It's about what Tank burner account tweeted. And I'm like, bro, this is boxing, bro. This is now boxing. Yo, is literally everything Tank is saying. He making a video about every single tweet, and I'm like, bro, I thought y'all didn't like him. Like, I'm trying to figure out. Oh, you go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
The thing is, AJ is Malik Scott, and I think they had Gabe Rosado on there. But see, the thing is, you're not gonna be. It's almost like when you get into the Heat Man Women Haters Club, or you get, initiated into a gang. Unless they know you down, they're not gonna let you in there. So you can't get up on that platform and speak for so much truth, or they're gonna start replacing you. Because you would think that somebody that had expertise as a boxer and then also as a coach, that's your greatest asset. But they let Max Kellerman. I'm like, it's laughable that Max Kellerman be at the head of him and Mike Cap. Them two be at the them two be at the head of the table, like leading, like Max be the head, like Max be on Zuffa going head to head with Andre Ward during a fight, and Andre Ward are talking about the technical side, and him and Max Kellerman are going at it. I'm like, you sitting up here going at it with Andre Ward, bro. As far as boxing, I ain't talking about narratives and all that. I'm talking about as far as technical boxing, what you see and this and this and that, and they allow him to do that. So they're not going to allow anybody on that channel or up on that show that's not going to be a part of the agenda. But see, you creeping into the meat and potatoes.
Oh, my bad. See, look, I be so like my head be messed up. So
you dialed in. That just means that you dialed in. That's why I be saying. That's why I said what I said earlier when I said that it's going to take a specialist to see what's actually going on. And I think this would be a good segue. But like, yeah, let's segue into the meat and potatoes and let's get into this, right? What people don't really understand, right, what's going on. Because I heard a lot of people have some good points, some great points. Let me do this. Let me pull this up real quick. But let's do this. Let's go ahead and transition over here. And let's really talk about this shit. Because this is what everybody, and if you stick around, I got some real nutrition for you. But Shakur Stevenson, right? He signed for the big Shmoney. And we don't knock him. I always say, man, go and get your money, little duffel bag boy. I used to always say, man, behind Tank, Shakur was was my favorite fighter behind Tank. It was like one and then number two. Like that was Shakur. And then I started saying, man, I might can rock with you as far as what you do in the ring, but like when your moves start being that funny, man, I can't get down. Cause I used to be in a lot of battles. Y'all don't know how many times I was going at it with butt fuck tuberculosis about this. I was going at the nigga so long ago about Devin. Cause he had originally this one nigga had Devin over Tank and we was going at it and that's why we fell out. But you would think this nigga is the best, the biggest Tank fan on the planet. I'm like, bro, like we know the truth. We know the truth, but because of popularity and because you play politics and you rub balls and rub elbows with niggas and you sit on Santa Claus' lap, I'm not doing all of that. When you ain't right, you ain't right. I'm going to speak to it. I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm not going to be all over and above. I'm not going to be too spicy, too heavy-handed about it. But that's the way it was. Shakur used to be my guy, long story short. Well, he signed this fight with Zuffa, right? And he says, listen, man, F the belts. I want the big fights. And I got my money. But what I'm saying is that this man really sold his soul. What do you mean, Mike? If you listen, I'm going to tell you, right? The man sold his soul because what everybody is missing is that, yes, we want Shakur as a guy from Newark, like from the slums, having 8, 9 different siblings, coming from a single parent home, not really having no real relationship with his father, knowing who his father was, but not really having no real relationship with his father before, whatever happened. He had his grandfather, who was, you know, affiliated with the Olympics and all that, and that's who really taught him whatever, you know what I'm saying? That was pretty much like the father in his life or the major guy in life. Who's gonna knock, like, especially me, being born in DC, raised in PG County, Maryland, right now living in Baltimore, having spent time in the Army. Who's gonna really knock a story like that? Who's gonna really hate on a young man like that? It's not about that. What it is that what y'all don't realize is the same shit that happened with Turkey Al Sheik, and how when Tank was rising, Tank was doing his thing, Turkey Al Sheik started coming at Tank. Why? He wanted to take over the game, but he knew that there's certain pieces that he could not move. What'd he do? He paid Canelo enough money to wear shit. He a businessman. Al was like, shit, what can I do? Yeah, we can get you this for fighting this, but this is what you're going to fight over here. And he got him. Canelo came on and said, I love Al. What Turkey do? He upped the ante. He knocked off the Jake Paul fight and then signed him up to fight Bud. Signed him up to get his undisputed, to get his straps back. Like, to complete it by fighting Skull. To set up a fight with Bud. But he gave him more money than, like, at that present time, right? Like, you can't really say that, yeah, like, to a certain extent. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Canelo was slightly overpaid. I'm not saying he was overpaid, like, drastically, like 5 times his worth, like what these guys over at Zuffa doing. I'm saying that Canelo was slightly overpaid. Because why? They knew that to make a big splash, and all these guys do it. They get a big ass budget. Nobody talk about all the money that Eddie lost. They always talk about all the money that Al lost, but they don't talk about and recognize that Al put on the biggest, baddest fights. PBC had shit lit. You remember Charlo got undisputed. Earl Spence had 3 straps. He sold out AT&T, and they shit on him. So what Shakur did was he was a pawn. He's a pawn right now. He just made a pawn move in the chessboard of this boxing war that's going on. So I'm gonna try not to be too long-winded with this, but let me paint a picture for y'all. When Turkey Al Sheik came in, he said, I'm gonna take over the game, I'm gonna make the biggest, baddest fights, I got the bag. If it's all about money, if money is the issue and we can't get a fight, then I'm gonna do that. So we're like, oh, okay. Well, a lot of people, like, I was on my, oh, well, you got to show me. I'm from Missouri when it comes to this. I'm from the show me state. A lot of people just sold us up the river, just like chattel slavery, where they sold brothers, cousins, sisters, aunts, uncles, mothers, sold them to the highest bidder. I wasn't with it. I was a little bit more reserved in my approach. But what I witnessed was, when it came down to Tank Davis, when he could not get Tank Davis, he slandered Tank Davis. He made him look stupid, saying, because when Tank's like, oh yeah, well, send me 2 Ferraris and let's talk. Tank was like, okay, well, you a trick, then show me that you gonna trick off. Show me what you got. People shitted on him, but guess what? He gave Deontay Wilder vehicles. He gave Lil Wayne vehicles. So I'm like, well, why was it a problem when Tank asked for 2 vehicles? Then he had people like the Haney boys to come on and say, oh man, this man want two Ferraris. Then how about we send him 2 boxing gloves and all this dumb shit? It's like, okay, all right, well, cool. No harm, no foul. Tank said, I'm loyal to Al. You know what Turkey did? He upped the ante. He got when you look at it, he went and wooed, pursued, was a suitor for anybody that could be on the opposite end to make a big fight with Tank. Think about it. Keyshawn was flapping at the lip, talking about, oh, knock Tank and all this other shit. And I said, watch when he get that strap, he ain't gonna say Tank name. As soon as he got that strap, he was saying knock and all that. When, like, right before on the eliminator, all that knock Tank, I'm coming. As soon as he got that strap, guess what he said? Well, there's 2 other fighters in a division that know their names. I said, I told y'all this. I told y'all. Guess what he did? He made him an ambassador. Guess who else he made an ambassador? He made Abdullah Mason an ambassador. Now, nobody was saying that Tank was going to fight no Abdullah Mason, but
Like logically, when we going down the line and we say, okay, best fighting the best, eventually it was gonna land on Abdullah Mason. People still saying he was green, blah blah blah, whatever. Guess who else? He started entertaining talks with Lamont Roach. Like anybody that could actually be a part or be on the opposite end as an opponent for Tank, he wooed them and paid them more money to be. But let's not keep it with Tank. Let's talk about David Benavidez. He had David Benavidez come over there and say, hey, man, come over here and let's have a cup of coffee. The understanding was that he would get the winner of Bivol and Beterbiev. The minute that shit went off and it rocked off, guess what he said? Oh, nah, man, Bivol ain't going over there. Why? Because that fight was going to take place on the PBC. Turkey said, I would have none of that. So what happened? David didn't get Bivol. He told Bivol, don't bite the hand that feeds you. And that's when I was like, oh, whoa, hold on. You said if it was money, if money ain't a thing like Jay-Z and Jermaine Dupri, then let's do our thing. Turkey was like, nah, man, I got other plans. We gonna do this shit 3 times. David Benavidez walked away, and guess what? Anybody in and around David Benavidez, he was moving pieces. He was tying niggas up. That's part of the war that people don't see behind the blurred line. So let's fast forward. Recently, David Benavidez was getting ready to fight. He said, look, I'm moving up the cruiserweight, but beat the shit out of Zerto. And then once I get them 2 straps, you already know what's next, Jair Bataille. What they do? They sent Jair Bataille to what me and AC had already called out. It's a lie when we said it. The first ones out here doing it, I don't give a fuck what your favorite content creator say. We had already came out and said that Zuffa was going to be a feeder system for the Ring magazine. And that's the same shit that they're feeding us. So guess what they did? They convinced Jair Bataille to go sign at Zuffa and then said that David Benavidez was a duck. Why? Because Jair Bataille could have fought Brandon Glenn, who's number 11, number 12. Mysteriously, he came up to number 10 right before the fight happened. Then Jair Bataille beat him, and they say David Benavidez was ducking. But he knows that was the piece that was going to put David Benavidez way off in the stratosphere. Guess what also they did? People didn't realize. They were trying to sign Bam to Zuffa. It was the right of first refusal, and Bam had an option to be able to say, oh, man, well, they say they're going to give me this. You got to match this. That's the only way that Eddie and them kept him. They were trying to send his ass to Zuffa. Why? Because if you don't have all the pieces, right? If you don't have the major pieces that you want, all you do is you buy up all the competition. So this shit was really not about Shakur Stevenson going over there to get the biggest, baddest fights. This shit was really for Shakur Stevenson to go over there to play keep away, to be isolated, insulated from Tank Davis. Why? Because when you fight Tank Davis, he knock your ass out. Guess what happened to Tank Davis? They're going to say he's the best fighter on the fucking planet with all this shit y'all been doing. Because you won't fight Shock. You tried the 90-10 Moritalia. You wanted Devin at the catchweight. Devin pulled your whole card and said, hey, I'll come to 144. And then Shakur was like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't going to step on no toes. He got a mandatory. You won't fight Ryo because Ryo said they had been leading Ryo on for why he went over there. You won't fight him because you said you'd rather fight Gary Antoine. A week or 2 weeks after you say I'd rather fight Gary Antoine, you finally announce you going to Zuffa. But guess what? You go over to Zuffa and you say, I'm not fighting Ryo. This shit is really a plan, and this is the big picture. This is what everybody don't understand, and this is what I was saying when the blind man was touching the trunk and saying it was a snake. The blind man was touching the leg and saying it was a tree. The blind man was touching the side of the elephant and saying it was a wall. And everybody didn't see the fucking elephant in the room, which is that the only reason why they can afford to pay him that much money is because they cannot afford for him to do a fight with Tank. Well, he'll probably get more money, right? Prove his legacy, but if he get his ass knocked out, guess what happened to Tank stock? It goes out the motherfucking roof. It's off the planet. They'll say he's the baddest man walking on 2 legs right now, in the same way they were treating Conor McGregor before he did that shit he did last night. That's the elephant in the room, y'all. This is not about Shakur going over there to make no biggest, baddest fights, to make no bread. This was a play because that's a feeder system for the Ring magazine, and it's a way for Turkey and them to play keep away from Tank. It's a play just like John Batar to play keep away from David Benavidez. The war is still going on, and everybody want to talk about, oh, I think this and I think that. Y'all, I don't know what the fuck y'all thinking. There's still a war going on because PBC joins the zone, and then they take two big pieces. People don't really care about Richard Hitchens, but he was a piece.
My bad.
He was a piece. But he was a piece. But nobody cared about Berlanga. But John Batar was a major piece because he's the opposite of David Benavidez, which is a huge star for PBC. Shakur Stevenson is a piece. Why? Because everybody's saying that's the biggest fight in boxing right now between Tank and Shakur. That's a piece. So if that fight can't be made and them niggas can't win and beat the shit out of them niggas, you're dimming their light, so now they gotta go look for other options. That's the elephant in the room that ain't nobody talking about. That's the real war. It don't matter how much Shakur getting paid. We want all these young black and brown brothers to get paid and get as much money. Go and get your money, little duffel bag boy. But it's disingenuous to act like you trying to do this for the biggest fight when they ain't whisper in your ear and say, hey, look, this is why we doing this. This is why they'll trick off on you and give you that to play keep away. Why? Because the amount that they would lose, because they're not a part of the traditional sanctioning bodies. How much they would lose by you going over there and fighting and getting your ass beat or getting knocked the fuck out, they have no chance in being able to compete. Why? Because everybody that they have to come over, they have to grab to go get you, just like Brand Glanton. They're already a part of the traditional sanctioning body's ranking system. It's like me, AJ, and AC. We're going to start our own league. But guess what we're going to do? We're going to pick people from the WBC, the WBO, whatever, and bring them over to our league. Highly ranked people at that. So I'm like, y'all are hypocrites. The only reason why we know these people is because they ranked in those traditional sanctioning bodies. So you take them, people that got legacy, a 4-division champ who just beat Tio. You take somebody like that and tell them, oh, man, I don't give a fuck about no belt. You sold your soul. And then, this is the last thing. I'm going to land right here. This is the last thing. This nigga for the longest time, all these months, this nigga been saying, I don't need Tank, man. Tell him, fuck, I don't need him, man. Fuck him. I don't want to talk about him. He take his ass over to Zuffa, and yeah, that's the biggest fight in boxing. No shit, Sherlock. You got used as a pawn, my nigga. And guess what? If you fight that little nigga Tony Hirsch, and you don't fight Rayo, that'll be another duck for you ducking Rayo. But guess what? That nigga Tony Hirsch might knock you the fuck out. And you're going to be looking worse. And I'll land right there.
Hey, real quick before AC go. Mike, it's funny you mentioned that thing with Keyshawn, because like a couple of weeks ago I was on Twitter and somebody had pulled up that old video on Top Rank when Keyshawn was actually on Top Rank, when they was, feeding him the fights and building his name up. He was getting big, for real, no diddy. He was getting big. You feel me? And after he said that, you've been tricking the game for too long, all that bull crap. And Mike Craigle on live TV Top Rank said, yeah, my people, my sources told me that Tank Davis has reached out to your team. Can you confirm any of that? And his goofy, fake, crazy ass sat right there and with the politeness and, just all that crazy stuff. I was like, dang, what happened to her? He said, yeah, Tank actually does. It seems like Tank actually does want to fight me. But right now I'm just I'm like, yeah, bro, y'all gotta stop making that man look like he pussy. Like okay, like he light skinned and all that. But bro, the more y'all make him look like that, the more he's not under Mayweather Promotions no more. I have certain reason to believe that Mayweather had him on like some type of like don't say shit type of contract or something. Don't call out no other fighters that call you bitches and all. Like basically, like I do all the talking. But soon as Tank get, and I sent you this the other day, Mike. Like I seen that on Twitter too. Soon as Tank leaves Mayweather Promotions, he been trying that 6-7 fight deal. He been trying to fill it out, bro. He been trying to. Loma retired in front of nobody. Said all they did was say, "Well, Tank ain't fight him the whole time." Bro, he just fought Devin and T.O. and Like how is
But
he
that's
getting old?
that was number two. That was inspired by you. It take two to tango. That was inspired by you saying it. Because when he left Floyd, it's like he took off and he started calling. I'm like, man, how y'all gonna have it both ways? That's why I did that shit the other last week when I said, man, you can't have it both ways. If he was ducking Loma all this time, when he finally sent Loma off and Loma say no, this shit is over. It's dead. Shakur offer and Shakur say no, I want a multi-fight deal, and he walk away and go sign the matchroom. That shit over. When he say, hey, Devin, yeah, I'll take the same thing you gave Shakur at 144, 70-30. Let's do it. Biggest payday of your life. And you say, I don't like the way he talk. That shit is dead.
Yo,
it's dead.
Look, this is the worst part. Like, they think they be making him look dumb, but they make themselves look dumb. And I'm glad they talk. Like, you know, they said God gave you one mouth and two ears for a reason. What's his name? I just said it. I just said his name earlier. God said about the coach. He thinking, yeah. Hey, y'all, be quiet. He thinking he exposing Tank, bro. Why the fuck wouldn't Bam want to fight? I don't give a fuck, bro. You better get your ass up to that weight. Fuck is you talking about? If Tank, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, didn't Mikey Garcia try to beat Spence? And they said, "What? Oh yeah, that's the biggest." Yep. Even the son, Robert Garcia's son, he said if Bam was Tank size, he could easily beat all them guys and all that. Bro, he sent y'all an offer. What did y'all talk about? And then he tried to say, yeah, he didn't say that on that, but yeah, he ain't said because that's not how they move. You feel me? But you said it, thinking it's making it look, you know, like he trying to pick on Bam. Bro, he not trying to pick on Bam. The hell, if he could fight anyway, which everybody been trying to allude to that, then Bam can get his ass up there too. but that's what I'm saying. Even Richard Henson, they took Richard Henson. Tank was trying to knock him out too. But they taking all of them, bro. But you see what I mean? Like they ignore that stuff. Cause like you said, they trying to forcefully blackball him. They ain't had to do, they couldn't do him like how they did Wilder when they set him up, in my opinion. They set his ass up. And
but the thing is they get these niggas on the other side like Richard and Hitchens. It's like, man, I got love for Richard Hitchens. It hurts my heart that Richard Hitchens is acting like this. But you talking about tell Tank to send tell Tank, let's get it, send the contract. I'm like, but you went over to Zuffa, nigga. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. Like, I don't understand. How do you go? And they know, like, if they know well before us. Me and AC been cooking on this shit for a long time. Like, behind the scenes, they know well before us what's going on. They play us like fools, but like me, they can't play me but so far because I'll be on it. You know what I'm saying? They don't be moving me like that. I be like, man, I don't give a fuck what you hear, what you say, blah, blah, blah. But like, I don't like that. That's like some bitch shit. You run up in the classroom and talk about meet me after school on the bus. It's like, hold on, we was just at recess. We was outside, nigga. We was like, you could have been out. Like, we was out here. You know what I'm saying? Basketball court. Like, why you running the classroom behind the teacher talking about, yeah, nigga, you don't want to see me?
Yeah, like, just hit me as soon as you see me. I ain't know, we gonna meet up right here.
Yeah. You run over to a fucking island right when PBC, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the man. If people don't see it, it's because you don't want to see it. And it's a nigga named Val. Man, this nigga is the biggest cocksucker in America. I promise you when it come down to Shakur. Any video about Shakur that just asked Val, that nigga is the biggest cocksucker in the world. Why? Because the same shit they used to crucify Tank unwarranted when they gaslight and act like and omit facts and don't, include all the details. He was killing Tank. But then Shakur moving like Shakur, you can't nobody on this planet tell me that Shakur ain't moving like a pussy. This nigga moving like a straight up pussy right now. Like,
The biggest fight, if that's the biggest fight, listen, you don't go to Wendy's looking for a Big Mac, my nigga. Like, who goes to Walmart? Who goes to Walmart looking for solar panels and, like, come on, bro. Like, you go to McDonald's for McRibs. You don't go to Wendy's for a McRib. So how the fuck you gonna go to Zuffa for a tank fight? How you gonna go to Matchroom for a tank fight? But you just keep using this, man. They be making it seem like Tank is the bad guy. Tank is like, nah, I'm gonna knock the stuffings out of this nigga when we finally get in the ring, and he know it. But they use that man.
Hey, Mike, real quick. I work up Amazon, right? This is a bunch of like young guys there. They don't really, well, the ones I talked to, they don't really watch boxing, but they basically said the same thing. They was like, man, it ain't like Shakur not nice. You feel me? It ain't like he a bum or nothing. But they said it, and this is people that don't be on it like us. They said, bro, he just don't want to fight, bro. It's just that simple. He don't want to fight because, like you said, it sends Tank to another, like a whole different, bro, level. And it's not, they thinking it's strictly, for boxing and all that. No, it's, bro, that's for the culture, bro. Like, that's really, he don't want to get embarrassed in front of all his little rapper, celebrity, people that he trying to D-ride and all that. He don't want to get embarrassed in front of them. And that got something to do with him, because when you think about Spence and Bud, what all of them say, Andre Roy, all of them say, yeah, they got on the phone and they made the fight and Shakur not even trying to do that. He don't want nothing to do that, bro. You mean to tell me that they not telling Shakur all this stuff, like how he be trying to pretend like he don't know what's going on? Bro, he know exact, like you said, they gotta tell him. They work for him. If I'm not wrong, don't he pay them?
Here's the issue. As I'm looking at it and trying to put real life context to it, like, do I know somebody like that, or have I seen that before, or whatever the case may be? And for me, it comes down to this. Shakur is a celebrity. Shakur is damn near on a one-name basis. Shakur, or Core, however people want to say it. You know what I'm saying? His last name is starting to become irrelevant. The brand is Shakur. The problem is the brand isn't proven. The brand isn't viable. The brand has never been stress tested. You know, like when you have the Porsche trucks and the Lamborghini Jeeps and stuff like that, you'll at least see the video where they're going through different conditions, and you automatically know, yeah, for the money I'm about to spend for that motherfucker, yeah, it's worth it. And if it's not worth it, it better have a crazy ass warranty. But the Shakur Stevenson brand actually has no warranty. You buy as is. And that's the sketchy part. That's why you go over to Zuffa. Because Zuffa is going to allow the star to be the star, because Zuffa needs the star to promote its brand. So what you're looking at is one star and then the dwarf star. You're looking at a binary system that actually needs each other. Zuffa needs Shakur just as much as Shakur needs the protection of Zuffa. Now here's the problem with it. When you're listening to all the Zuffa fighters these days, they keep saying for the other guy to send the contract. The other guy, if he's the A side regardless, cannot send the contract because the fights are made by Zuffa. Zuffa's own words within their business model says that they cannot fight anyone who is not signed to Zuffa.
Right.
That's where you stop. That's where everything stops. Once you know that, you know exactly what the fuck you dealing with. And if you don't, you are choosing not to know. You're choosing to read that statement and then interpret it for what it just doesn't say. It simply says you cannot fight anyone who is not signed to Zuffa. And Dana White has all the say and control over that. Because it's supposed to be what they testified in Congress for, one-stop shopping. What the fuck does that mean? Go ahead.
Hey, it was a line, man, that stuck with me because, you know, by nature, I'm a rapper. I'm a lyricist, right? But it was a line that stuck with me, and the rapper said, man, how am I knock your hustle if mine treat me right? So you mean to tell me that Zuffa, in order for Zuffa to do something, you have to be signed with Zuffa. But you got a guy like Tank who's the money man. You go over there and you affiliate yourself. You sell your soul. You sign your name in blood with these motherfuckers that can't even get your name right. And I'm gonna address that too, and what everybody missed with that whole
exactly.
Right. I'm gonna address that too. But like you go over there and it's like, hold on, I'm alright. Like I'm like how Jay-Z said, you enterprising though, and I like it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you enterprising, I like it though. It's like you enterprising, you the money man. Like you don't, like you said, fuck accolades. You got accolades. People don't recognize them. But then you said, I'm getting the money, and you are the money man. But you go over there and you put a divider. You go behind a divider, knowing that you signed to a company where the guy that you need to fight to be the biggest fight has to come to you. That means you don't want to fight, bro.
Exactly. And the crazy part about it is that where you're portrayed as the star, you don't want to get into those type of fights. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want to get into those type of fights that may tarnish the star. The star needs to swallow other stars to grow. You feel what I'm saying? So you're gonna tell me somebody is on their way to being a star, and then you're gonna knock them off within the realm of that small pond. So what happens is just like AJ was talking, within the scope of your people and all of that. Yeah, they gonna blow you up because they want to be around the star. They want to be around the boxing star. You feel what I'm saying? He's got the chains now. He's doing the watch stuff. But here's the part that I think a lot of people's missing. When I said earlier, I try to find someone who I think I know who I recognize something, and that is Shakur is one of those dudes that wind up getting a very, very attractive girl, right? And his girl thing is, I'm attracted to your physical look right now. So when she says, I don't want to see you beat up and I don't want to see you hurt, he adopts that as his mentality. He looks at his pretty little daughter, looks at his pretty wife, and says, yeah, I can't come home, the way such and like this dude looked after that fight. I ain't coming home like that. Nah, And then my people's got to be looking at me all crazy and stuff like that. I got to wear sunglasses in my house. No. So then he lays up in the bed with his missus. And he's telling her, yeah, I'm looking at these fights with Tank and I'm looking at these. She's like, baby, you don't owe nobody nothing. I don't care what them people say. Look at where you at. You don't owe nobody nothing. And that's the last voice in his head, the one that's the most important. No one can get to him like she can. And when you look at his movements, you're moving like a dude who gets his instruction from his girl. Tell me I ain't seen a nigga like that before. Like everything this dude do is, yo, it's my girl, yo, my girl. And you just look at him like, okay, homie, I get it, but you, what's really good? You ain't rocking with us like that? Nah, not right now, man. My girl, I ain't really trying to stress her out like that, and yada yada yada. And you just looking at this dude like, bruh, the fuck wrong with you, man? You forgot how to pee standing up. What is it? Like, there's a certain thing where when you get to a certain age, then it becomes family. But in my 29 and 30 years, when I was 29 and 30 years old, my work was more important to me. Yeah, I had a family. I had 2 kids, but my work was there because I had to build that for them. And I was never satisfied. I actually had that tattooed on my body. I'm never satisfied. That's the shit that drives me. Because I cannot be satisfied as an artist, period. And coming from where I come from. So basically what I'm saying is that when I look at Shakur and look at his movements, I'm looking at the dude that lays in his bed with his missus at night. He tells her what it is. She then tells him, F that, you don't need this, you don't need that. You the man, you the boss, you everything. She just, basically verbally blowing him, and then whatever else comes after that. And then he's solidified, he's solid in it. He is programmed. You feel what I'm saying? And then from there, he forms his own stuff when he's getting up or in his car, going to meet who he's getting ready to meet or before the interview, and he starts talking from those perspectives. Because if you want to tell people you're the number 3 pound for pound fighter, you don't say the shit you say, and you don't move how you move it.
Bro, AC.
Yeah.
Bro, I said it when I did something when I did something on Sean Porter and Deontay Wilder, and I did an episode called When Fighters Start Using the R Word. I'm not saying Shakur used the R word, but he said some shit, and I was gonna do this video. I was gonna break down what he said in his Chris Mannix to bring this home, and then do the presentation. I don't know if we're gonna get there though, but he was saying, yeah, he's like, I probably won't have as many fights as the greats and all that, but I'm cool with that and all that. It's like he's already made a decision because he saw what Bud did. He saw what Andre Ward did, because Andre Ward retired early. Like, Bud, I mean, did he retire early? I don't know. I think he played it safe. I'm going to just give my honest assessment. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck who don't like it. Bud played it safe. Why? Because if you can go up to 168 and your trainer was saying that you could fight it that way, you really was a 160 pounder and all this time, which means was his admission that you was a weight bully. You know what I'm saying? That you was doing something. You was already working with Victor. That's a whole nother can of worms. But he went out on top by beating Canelo. It's like, what more is there to prove? It's like, okay, well, there's some other niggas in and around that weight class that we don't think you can get with. Because I guarantee you that if you said you would fight David Benavidez, I guarantee you he would motherfucking kill himself to make 168 just to beat your ass. But they waited until after he retired and said David Benavidez was ducking him. But the language that Shakur was using is that he's already conceded. Shakur, I already said, I told everybody, AJ could be my witness, AC could be my witness. I said this a while ago. I said, man, some of these boxers have gotten to the point to where I've already made it. I was like, that's the dangers of actually putting these guys up on these major pedestals. It's like, yes, congratulate them for their successes, their achievements, the big fights that they won, what they was able to accomplish. That's a whole different ball game. Yes, we respect every guy, from the guy that's like 0-13 to the guy that's like 50-0. We respect them all because they get hit in the head for a living. But the thing is, Shakur and Devin, they've already got to a point to where they feel like they've made it. To where, think about it, when they're the A-sides, everybody got to acquiesce and do whatever. And he even said, and I want to play this video. I really do. I really want to play it because he was basically saying, nah, I move on my time. I do this and all that. So hanging around Andre Ward, and I know that's the biggest influence on him. Andre Ward is in this man's ear saying, "Nah, you ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do that." And then get in the public and they'll bash Tank. It's like, well, why? If he's easy work and you just that, you know what I'm saying? Prove that. You have not had nowhere near to even be put in the conversation as a Floyd. But you getting all of the privileges of it, and he's already talking like I've already made it. You have not, like, yeah, you made it. Yeah, you're more successful, and yes, you've done more in their career than most people can say in the career that they have. Yes, you have. But as far as the standard that boxing fans have, bro, you can't sell us bullshit. We know the prices. So, but salute to Trini, man. Trini BX. We ain't talked to you since right before the Boots and Xander fight. But salute, Trini, man. How you doing?
Salute, man. Yeah, I think we did chop it up a little bit after. I told you I did go to the fight. And Boots is what must-watch TV, man. And he really in there doing what the fuck he want to do, man. What impressed me the most was that third round. You know, Zaya snuck in that low blow. Boots clearly hurt, retaliated the low blow, scrapped, and then didn't sit down at the end of the round, man. Yo, he really different, man. He didn't even sit down after the round, bro. Like, you know, and he ain't even listen to his corner. He just in there really doing what he want to do, man. So I really believe that he really not even paying attention to nobody else out there, man. I wasn't buying it at first, but yeah, he's must-watch TV. Back to the Shakur thing, man. Yo, what popped in my head is something with that camp, and I'm a Terrence Bud guy, you know what I'm saying? And one thing he really stresses, I remember it's a little cringy interview he had with Ward, I think, that he was like, yo, I don't ever want to be that older boxer that they put in the stands with an oversized suit. You know what I'm saying? Getting control. You know what I'm saying? So his main thing, that whole camp, and they're scared this kid before. I understand homie point about laying with his girl and all that, but Shakur had this mind frame since a kid. You know what I'm saying? We got to get in and we got to leave with all our resources, man. You know what I mean? This is the poor man sports, and all of our greats get to the bag, and then they're all fucked up after they get to the bag, so they can't move the culture forward. Crawford is one of the ones that made it out, no matter how he did it, even if he schemed a little, it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? He made it out with the bag and his senses, so he can actually put something back into the culture and to the people, you know what I'm saying, and show something that is a different way to do it. I don't agree with it. He has the skills in there to take on the risk, you know what I'm saying, to give back to the game. But at the same time, I understand it, man. You know what I'm saying? I understand it. But I don't respect it.
Right. But look, let me give you just a little bit of pushback, Trini.
For sure.
I respect it, because if you can get away with it, you a smooth. I always say, man, there's smooth criminals out there. It's like, you can't hate if you able to get away with it. I didn't got away with some shit. You know what I'm saying?
We all did.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I have. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say it on here. I didn't got away with some shit, right? But, so if you can get away with it, I respect it. But at the same time, what I don't want, and my position is as a boxing fan, it's like, when it comes down to Shakur, it's like you've already put yourself up there on the pedestal with the Andre Wards in the Bud, but you're still in the game. So
yeah, like Ward gave us the Kovalev. We got the Spence, we got the Canelo. We need that from you.
So right. So when it come down to Tank, it's like you can't say that, oh well, like you can't come down like you on it, oh he hating and he this. It's like, no, you hating on this dude. Because you really want his spot. You really want what the spot that he in, regardless. You know what I'm saying? Because when they had that Olympics thing, they didn't have Shakur over there in this most recent Olympics. They had Tank over there. Tank didn't go to the Olympics. Like, why is he over there talking to people? So it's like you envy, like I believe that him and Devin envy Tank so much, and they want his spot so much that they won't, because you got to think about it. Shakur's on record saying he chased Zepeda for 2 years. Devin went over to Australia for 24 rounds for Cambosos. But you get the biggest, highest payday of your life for 70-30, 144, but you said you would go there for Shakur, and you said, I don't like how you talking to me. It's like, hold on, man.
Yeah. It's nonsense. Like, we all want Tank Shakur. We all
We
want
want
that. You supposed to at the point you supposed to succeed whatever, like give up whatever to get that fight, to get that man in the ring, even a pay cut. You
But
know what
it
I'm
ain't
saying?
even. The thing is though, I think Shakur will get the highest payday of his life. So it's like you can't piss on my head and tell me it's raining because Shakur will get his highest payday. But you can't have it both ways, Shakur. You can't act like Tank been disrespecting you and this and that. Where like you have all the friends, you have all the highlights. I'm not saying Tank should have friends, but think about what are the highlights that Tank have? Anybody can say whatever the fuck they want about Tank, and y'all know the position that he in. Yet his resume is better. He fought more champions. He's been at more disadvantages. He still got a 93.33% knockout ratio, higher than anybody else that's talked about in boxing. People still use his name. People still have a whole 45-minute interview where they say something about Tank for 5 minutes, and that be the headline. So it's like, no, you can't have it both ways, my nigga. Like, it's like, okay, you gotta respect this dude or keep his name out your mouth or fight this nigga to where you end all doubt.
Exactly.
Real quick, Mike. Real quick, y'all. I'm gonna just land right here real quick. Bro, it's no more marinating. It's no more none of that. That fight is ready. And that fight gonna do million pay-per-views or something like that. Up there or past that. And like I don't really do that like that, but bro, that fight is ready, bro. Like Shakur is up there big enough for that fight to sell a million pay-per-views, and I'm not even lying. Like
They don't even have to do
fight.
the round table shit or none of that. This shit sells itself, brother.
Bro, everybody wants to see that fight. That it's not even they playing games with it at this point. Everybody wants to see that fight, bro.
We starting to feel disrespected, man. Like casuals and hardcores alike.
It's gonna start souring. It's gonna over marinate. It's like it's getting right now. It's right at the point to where if that shit don't happen if that shit don't happen at the beginning of 20, well, I say by the summer of 2027, that shit about to start going downhill like the Earl and the Bullet shit.
Yeah.
And with everything going on, that fight gets signed. That shit is the boxing news, man. You know, Benavidez, Bam, Inoue, everybody gets pushed to the fucking side, bro. This shit gonna be the top of the news.
That's gonna be like mainstream news, sports news. That's not boxing news.
Exactly. Everything is announcing it. Fox 5 type shit. You know what I'm saying? CNN is announcing shit like this. This is serious shit. Like this shit gonna blow up in the world. But yo, I'm gonna keep listening. I got ready to shoot over so I can steal this money from these motherfuckers. Y'all stay up, body man. It's always love, man. I'm always tuning in, man. I'll be catching the replays and shit. I gotta stay on these live joints though, man. But I'm be off Thursday, Friday night. So whenever you do that, you know what? I gotta go back and I'm gonna hit you through the email.
Hey, yeah, hit me on my email. It's bodyworkboxing247@gmail. Just hit me up and I'll send you the link like I send everybody else. And if you're available, you're available. If not, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, you offered that before. I didn't follow up. Thanks, King. Y'all stay up, man. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Be safe. All right. Yeah. But this is my thing, man. This is my pet peeve with Shakur, man. And I want to get to this presentation because I don't want people to think that this is one side. I'm just hating on Shakur, and you know I got it out for him because I used to have a lot of love, like just like T.O. I'm a fair guy, man. T.O. was one of my guys. That shit he did in there with Shakur. Shakur was one of my guys second to Tank. T.O. was one of my guys, like probably right after Tank. Well, probably right after Shakur. It was probably Tank, Shakur, T.O. So all them niggas like, well, not Tank, but these other niggas, they done hurt my heart, like as far as boxing goes, because like I look at it like, man, look, we all come from a certain environment. We all trying to get even Richardson Hitchens. He just hurt my heart like not too long ago. And I was pulling for him like when it was definitely not popular to ask AC, when it was definitely not popular to root for Richardson Hitchens. I was pulling for these niggas. My thing is this, man. Shakur, you gotta look yourself in the mirror at night, bro. You know the shit that you're doing is not right. You know that the narrative, and you know that these people, I don't wanna use no terminology that's gonna like raise too many eyebrows. But if you can read between the lines, You went and signed with some people that don't have our best interests in mind, and you were used as a pawn, my nigga. I've been playing chess like 3 or 4 times. Like when I get off of here, I probably play 3 or 4 games of chess before I go to sleep at night. For the last month and a half, like when I'm on my shit and I'm on my mental shit, I'll be playing chess like probably 3, 4 games right before I go to sleep. I play different people online, overseas, all that. I'll be playing chess, and you were a pawn, my nigga, in a scheme, in a grand scheme, to where you were used. You were used. But this is not just specific to Tank for people who think, oh, he's just a Tank lover. No, this is not about Tank. This is why I don't come out and do videos about Tank all day, every day, and like that. Like, this is not just about Tank. This is about the war that's going on that everybody act like they know, like they play naive about. But this is the same thing. This video could have been about Benavidez and Jao Patai. And the mindfuckery that y'all do with that shit. Like how y'all say, oh man, well, David's ducking. How the fuck is David ducking when he's established? Like, hold on. Look, this one fact right here. This will kill everything. This how I know people just be talking and they don't know what the fuck they talking about. Like David Benavidez jumped up. One, he's a multi-division champion. Canelo Alvarez asked for $2 million just to fight this nigga. Lastly, he jumped up. He grabbed 2 straps. The minute he grabbed 2 straps, just like with Boots, with Boots jumping up and grabbing 2 straps and Fundora having one and Josh Kelly having one, he already had the leverage. How the fuck is he ducking anybody? But they understand that when it comes down to Boots having 2 straps. And now Fundora got to come see me. Josh Kelly got to come see me. You understand that. But you don't understand how David Benavidez jump up, he grabbed 2 straps, and he's still ducking Jao Patai. Knock it off. You sound soft. And we know that he who controls the printed page controls the thinking of this age, which I always tell y'all. If you got hold of the media, Shakur knows he got the backing of the media. And what you're doing is this some Cain versus Abel shit. I'm not saying that Shakur, like, because Shakur always basically voiced that he had a better relationship with Devin. If you look at it, you would think that Devin, like Keyshawn, basically replaced Devin because he was playing that buddy shit with Devin. I was like, man, how long was this shit gonna work? And how they always had a plan to where they was all gonna be one division apart as they move up along the yellow brick road. I was saying knock it off back then. That's why I saw through all that Keyshawn shit. I'm like, where this nigga come from? But what you're doing is, you are really doing some Cain versus Abel shit to core, and you're being used and you're being disingenuous because you never really wanted that fight. Why? I don't know how the fuck did you become a free agent twice? Tank has never left his promotional company. He stayed in the same spot. But he's the duck. You go to Matchroom. You go to Turkey. Now Zuffa. Tank's been in the same spot. Pretty much with the same belt before he was in recess. And it's his fault. And he sent you an offer. His team didn't reach out for crumpets and tea. And you said, no, I want a multi-fight deal. But when Tank said, hey, man, go ahead and fight De Los Santos and then blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. You was like, nah, I don't want to do that. So you didn't want to do the rematch. And then you said no to the offer. And then you went over to Matchroom and you said, nah, Eddie, don't even try to make a fight with Tank. But it was 2 belts on your side. It was your belt and then 2 other belts on Top Ring. 1 belt over there with PBC. And you said no to the PBC, according to Stephen Espinosa. And now you find yourself over there on Zuffa being used by these fools who won't even acknowledge your name, your rightful name. But Tank is ducking, and you want the biggest fight, so now you're back to saying his name. The handshake ain't matching the smile, my nigga. And this the thing. This is what I'm going to tell y'all before I hand it over to AC, because I know he probably got a lot to say. But that whole shit, because remember, AC, didn't I text you yesterday saying, hey, they messed up Shakur's name? Remember last night when I text you?
Yep.
I text you saying they messed up Shakur's name, right?
Yeah.
I seen a lot of people talking about that, but like, guess what? They missed the mark on that too. Why? Because you got to understand that the powers that be, they go by the 48 laws of power. It's the same reason why Jerry Jones won't give a fuck about one of his football players getting into a DUI and doing whatever, you know what I'm saying? And no matter how bad it is, how negative it is, he won't give a fuck. Why? Because according to the 48 laws of power, any publicity is good publicity. You think that shit wasn't on purpose what they did with Bud? They did that shit on purpose. Why? Because when you mix up his name and say that's Kendrick Lamar, people say that's not Kendrick Lamar. Who is Bud? That drives traffic to Bud. So when they do that shit with Shakur, and they say, oh, that's Jalen Williams from the OKC, they're like, hold on, that's not Jalen Williams from OKC. Well, who is it? It's Shakur. It drives traffic to Shakur. It's one of the oldest hits in the book. It's part of the 48 laws of power. Where any publicity is good publicity. If you have not read the 48 laws of power or Power Book 50, you'll be lost in the sauce. Touching the trunk, thinking it's a snake. Touching the leg, thinking it's a tree. Touching the side of the elephant, thinking it's a wall. When it's a elephant in the room. So that's what it was. It was a publicity stunt, man. They did that shit on purpose. Why? Because it's gonna force people to go figure out who is Shakur Stevenson. It wasn't a blunder and oh man, they don't even know your name. Ha ha ha. They just laughing at you. They don't even respect you. It ain't got nothing to do with that, dummies. It got to do with the 48 laws of power, niggas. So because they mispronounce it, like if I get up on some shit and I say, oh man, yeah, this is blah blah blah, and it's a well-known commodity. It's a well-known commodity. This is a well-known commodity. You know that's Martin Lawrence. But I put that's Charlie Murphy. It's gonna make you go back and look and see, hold on, man. Martin, he had the best sitcom back in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? People used to run home from the playground to go watch this nigga shit. Aside from Living Color, them two at that time was the shit, but it's gonna make you go back and look at Martin Lawrence. So all these niggas did was make you go back and look at Shakur Stevenson. Dummies.
But basically, you still talking, buddy?
Nah, I'm good.
Oh, but basically, I was gonna start right here. When to piggyback off the point you just made, it's the type of thing that you do for marketing, because what that triggers is
exactly
what it triggers is Google searches.
Exactly.
That's the only way you're gonna find out. You're gonna have to type his name in and say, well, blah blah blah. So it triggers Google searches. Then you know what the talking point you do with the data? Now you created a whole new talking point. Yeah, we're talking about Shakur Stevenson, the generational fighter, and the most Googled fighter of this generation.
Exactly.
That's what that does.
Exactly, AC. And that's why I said I don't know how people didn't really realize what the fuck was going on. It's like, man, y'all the dumbest. And then to do videos about it. And to do all these, like, echo all these dumbass sentiments, it's like, you dummies. It's like y'all giving attention to it. Why? So now you making Shakur even more popular. Dummies.
So you kind of see what's coming next. Here's the most interesting part. Like something I brought up earlier. If we're gonna go back to that UFC spectacle, they had 3 fighters out there that they were parading: Conor Benn, Shakur Stevenson, and Ryan Garcia. There's no announcement that Ryan Garcia is signed with Zuffa, and you would be like, well, what, are you promoting the Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn fight? Like, what's the dynamic on that? You just want the visuals to try to persuade somebody to cave? You feel what I'm saying, to say, well, regardless of anything, we've already put the visuals out there. Both of them standing on the stage. You feel what I'm saying? With Shakur Stevenson in front of him, with Shakur has already stated that he'll fight Conor Ben and he doesn't mind fighting Ryan Garcia. So what you created is a spectacle, a somewhat of a promise, to whereas two of the guys there are signed, one guy isn't. And guess who else wasn't there who hasn't been signed, but rumors are saying he's supposed to get more money than Shakur? Devin Haney. So wouldn't it be wise they at least have Devin Haney up there too? Because he's supposed to be the next guy in line. So for me, when I look at those dynamics, I'm like, they heavy on the marketing. They're heavy on sending these visual messages that, the creative content creators can create storylines and narratives around that stuff. To be telling you, well, you already heard the rumors about Ryan. I'm telling you, they're about to get Dev, they're about to get Ryan, they're about to get, blah, 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 blah. And now you're starting to think, oh my God, yeah, Zuffa's about to get everybody. And it sends that weird message to young fighters who are easily impressed. The young fighters who are looking for something. Well, things are not really moving too well. Maybe I should go over to Zuffa. And that's the ploy. That's how you use these people. You know what I'm saying? If I'm selling bags of weed, I'm telling you the strains I got. I'm telling you whether my joints is coming from flowers or it's coming from cookies. But I could tell you at least 3 strands that I got. And that's how you do it. So looking at that and then looking at what Dana White is trying to put out there, and is putting out these heavy visuals of, yeah, Shakur, you may think, or he may think, he's got this independent contract that may give him the ability to move how he wants. But we put you in a uniform already. We got the photos. We got the video of you posing. So at the end of the day, this is just like I was saying, I believe it's yesterday, the simple fact that you're already trapped. You're the frog in a pot of water that doesn't realize that the pot of water is boiling. And your time is probably limited. So you're saying this is the back end of your career. For real? At 29? At 29, so you're going to try to go out undefeated. And your mission to going out undefeated and maybe a bit younger, it gives you the perception within your fan base and the talking points of both your fan base and the main media and people like Ring Magazine, where they're going to say, once you retire, let's look at Shakur Stevenson's career. What he did at what age compared to Andre Ward and Terrence Crawford. What he did at what age compared to X, Y, and Z. And he got out the game early, so now he's going to make crazy amounts of money sportscasting and starting Twitter beefs or whatever. So yeah, Shakur Stevenson's path is pretty much mapped out right now. And all we got to do is just sit back and look at whatever directions the path is going to take. Is he going to go after the smoke, or is he going to go after stardom? And that'll let you know everything you need to know. I did what I did. That's the reason why I didn't choose any one of the other 2 harder opponents who were in shape, on weight, JD Herrera and Kurt Scooby. I picked Patty because the talking points was, I'm back and I'm knocking people out.
Yep.
I'm getting stopped.
And that's where he's at, AC. See, that's my whole thing. It's like, man, like you at some point you're gonna have to look at yourself in the mirror, bro. And you know that the shit that you're doing and the shit that you're saying and how you're using Tank name and how you and Devin, how y'all been using this man name. Like that shit gonna come back to haunt you, bro. Like you're gonna have to look at yourself in the mirror and know that, like, look, you already know that you could have made that fight, but it take two to tango.
Yeah.
And you chose to do something else. But for you to clout chase that, like, you wouldn't want your daughter to do that. You wouldn't want nobody in your father to do, like in your family to do that. You wouldn't want your grandfather to live his life like that. And you're living your life like that. But the real ones recognize real. So you're not getting away with it. Yeah, you're getting a handsome bag, and yeah, you can sit up on your perch, you know, and Andre Ward to sing your whatever, and Tim Bradley a cover for you, and you got Sean Zattel that'll do reports and interview people and twist it in your favor. You got everything working for you, but at the end of the day, your heart pump Kool-Aid, nigga.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like if you was really like real, like if you was really Newark, like New Jersey, like you making New Jersey look bad. And I'm from PG. I was born in DC, but I'm from PG, Maryland. But you making Newark look bad. You making New Jersey niggas look bad. But at the end of the day, they're gonna be like, hold on, man, like the same way you look at Shoo being from Brownsville. If this nigga started moving like Shakur, y'all nigga would probably catch that nigga on a Sunday, and we'd be like, damn, it's a damn shame what happened to Shoo.
Yeah, Shoo ain't coming back to Brownsville. Like if he start moving like Shakur, Shoo don't live in Brownsville no more. He go to Brownsville real early in the morning. Like right when the sun come up and ain't nobody outside and he got the camera crew, and you might get the early morning dudes that still wake up early, the institutionalized dudes that still wake up like 4:30, 4:45, go down to the corner store, get their cup of coffee, and just sit there with their phone and start reading what's going on, today's current events. You might see one of them institutionalized dudes, and they not about to get silly with you. They'll tell everybody later that, yeah, guess who I saw? I saw Shoo out here earlier. Word, yeah. He was out there, little camera crew and all of that. And that's just what it is. You're not gonna go back to where Shoo from with that. Now, I said before that, I said on another channel that, you know, Shakur is making Jersey look bad because the people I know from Jersey, like some of the real live dudes I know from Jersey, you feel what I'm saying? The couple of times, you know, I hung out with Redman early in his career, like while his first album was dropping, he showed up in some of the clubs in Manhattan and shit like that. You feel me? And we like, oh shit, this is Redman. Yo, come chill with us, son. We got mad weed. We know you blow. This is that Brooklyn weed right here. And Red was like, oh, word, wow, okay. He toting with us, chilling with us and all of that. Even the dudes that came in to meet with him later, and now we're just this Brooklyn and Jersey mob up in the club. Everybody was recognizing real. Like, yeah. This dude look like we sizing each other up in the whole 9 yards, but it's all love, but you still gonna do that because of the nature of who you are. And at the end of the day, for me, dude was like, nah, Shakur wasn't, he wasn't raised like that. You know, he might be from Jersey, but, you know, and Newark, but he wasn't raised like that. He wasn't this and that. He was, you know, in the gyms, boxing and all of that. But I'm still like, bro, at the end of the day, your environment plays more than the role of your actions. It also shapes how you think. And if you grow up in an environment, right? And the people around you in that house and the people that come in and out of the house that deal with your moms and your pops and your cousins and all of that, they're the same people in that environment and they still carrying that same mentality. So at the end of the day, man, you can't escape certain things if you come from the hood. You can't buy your way out of a hood mentality. I don't care how much money you have. You're still gonna be petty and you're still gonna fuck up every now and again if you come from the hood like that. You know what I'm saying? There's still always that self-destructive element that most dudes come from the hood because you just don't believe you made it like that. And your body has to be acclimated to making it, being successful. Being successful is not something you wake up and you say, yeah, I'm successful now. Now I changed my whole fucking life around. No, you have to be acclimated to that shit. And when you become a star, you have to be acclimated to becoming a star. That's why Tank told y'all, give them what I got, they can't handle it. Look at Keyshawn. He was a star, but yet he keeps crashing out. Look at Ryan Garcia, a star, but keeps crashing out on some dumbass racial shit. Teofimo Lopez had his stardom and then crashed out. Not everybody can hold stardom. Stardom is a responsibility. It's every eye on you 24/7. You drop your cell phone in the mall and that shit goes click, 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 click. Everybody turn around and look at you. Every camera is gonna be like, oh shit, Tank dropped his phone. Everybody thought it was a gunshot. You feel what I'm saying? So this is what these young dudes don't really understand. It's being a superhero. And like Spider-Man Uncle told them, Uncle Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. And everybody wants the power, but nobody wants the responsibility. Old boy said it in the movie. Everybody want go heaven, but no one ready to die. You're on mute, buddy. You're on mute.
What's funny but real? You know what's funny but real? Is that Tank come from an environment, but Tank put in that work in the gym. So the same thing when they be saying, oh man, Shakur was, you know, he wasn't really from, like, it's like, yo, he was in Baltimore, the heroin capital of the nation, for years. But he put in that work too. But the way he got there wasn't the way where he went to the Olympics and then everybody was pursuing him, Mayweather and all that. No, he went and got his shit off of, like, he's the definite, like, his life is going to be a movie. So for Shakur to act the way he acting, even when, like, even with the shit with Boots, I see people taking side with that shit. Talking about, oh, well, now Tank come by and say that he overreacted, whatever. It's like, nah, I understand, like, why. I kind of understand why he acted the way he acted at first, because, like, I put you in my undercard. Like, he brought in Shakur for sparring. It's like, niggas, everybody get to stab him in the back, and I asked that question earlier. Everybody got friends. Like, Bud got friends in boxing. Shakur got friends in boxing. Keyshawn got friends in boxing. By default, he just got friends in boxing. Like Tank don't seek no friends in boxing. But what allies do he have in boxing? Nobody. Because anybody with a funky ass pair of lips will say whatever the fuck they want at any given time. The Greg Hackers of the world. Like the people that don't even have no reason to even come out and become anti to Tank. But then everybody act like they want to fight him. And he like, look, man, I just want to fight. Like, fuck all that dumb shit. He carrying the stack. Everybody else being whack, in my opinion.
I just want to say this real fast about the whole Shakur thing. Every interview he do, he goes out his way to make it known that, and this is verbatim. Yeah, because coming from the trenches, because I was in the trenches. I grew up in the trenches. Bro, you got to stop saying trenches and actually say, where are you from? People that the audience you trying to get the attention of, they don't know what trenches you talking about, bro. They like to hear that shit. You can say, all right, Tank, he don't say it, but Tank is from the Avenue. You know what the song everybody was making fun of on the internet? The Avenue and the Avenue. I know y'all, everybody was trying to make fun of our accent, but that's where Tank from. Tank is from Pennsylvania Avenue, right where the gym at. That's where he's from. That ain't no place to be false claiming. You feel me? Yeah. Somebody, if Tank was to say I'm from there and he not from there, it would be known, because that's how we do in Baltimore. We pride ourselves on that authenticity. If I said it right, I said it right. Yeah, we pride ourselves on authenticity. So if somebody it's like you know, it's almost like we got one of the best rappers to come out of Baltimore. He actually is mainstream, and he actually make good music, but we don't. I ain't gonna say we, but Baltimore as a whole, we don't mess with him because he had told. You get what I'm saying? But you would never know he was, you know, from Baltimore because he stay out Cali. He mainstream, like actually, like he does numbers and all that, win on music tip. But Baltimore don't claim him. So for Shakur, it's nobody from New York that can really be like,
Who you
know,
talking about, Game?
Huh?
Who you talking about, Game?
Well, the rapper?
King Los?
No, not King
Okay.
Los. Shorty. His name's Shorty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he like a you know, he got like a mainstream sound, but we got rappers and we had rappers, but he by the numbers, if you want to be technical, he probably like the biggest one. But you would never know because he not like people don't be like, yeah, yeah, da, da, da. It's more like, yeah, rap, I ain't listening to yo, I ain't supporting him. But see me, I went to school with him, so I always support him, even though he did what he did. Music is music, you feel me? So I don't really get into all that much. But Shakur case, it's nobody like AC said his one of his guys said he wasn't really out there. You see how somebody can confirm that? You get what I'm saying? If he was, they would say, oh yeah, Shakur's from such and such and such and such. Or 25th and this, it was 63rd and that.
But we got examples. We got examples though. Like I ran into Malik Hawkins. I was on North Avenue when I was staying on Druid Hill Park. I ran out. It was a night when I was getting ready to do a Aero Spins video. I was like, man, I gotta go get some blacks. I went down to the gas station. I ran into Malik Hawkins. I saw him.
That's crazy.
And I don't really get starstruck, but it was more like when I saw him, like I paused for a second. I was like, 1,000 thoughts ran through my mind. I was like, man, what the fuck are you doing out here?
Was this when he was at his peak or like?
Then I told myself, I said, man, I don't even want to say nothing because I don't know how you gonna carry it. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, I froze for a second because I looked at him. I said, that's Malik Hawkins, and I was like, why? Like in my mind, like 1,000 questions ran through. And I was looking, I was like, why are you even out here? And I said, you know what? I would acknowledge him and say, hey man, I fuck with you, but because of where we from, I said, man, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the crib, do my video. You know what I'm saying? But then also we seen Lorenzo Truck Simpson.
Yeah, his fell is crazy.
And he had everything at his disposal.
Everything.
Then he went over there with the ops. I seen him with Devin. I don't know how to treat him because he was with Devin, and then Devin came out talking about he was gonna pay the other guy, like trying to flex. I'm like, you was gonna pay the other guy? Obviously, you didn't give him an offer that he couldn't refuse, but that was like disingenuous. So I didn't know what to think. I'm like, why are you side with Devin? But so I gave you an example of Truck Simpson, Malik Hawkins, and then you got Tank, who is the one. And people still find a way to shit on him, even though he brought Shakur in for sparring when he was early. He brought Boots in and put him on his undercard, and Boots didn't knock out Karen. That's not his fault. So it's like he don't got a right to be mad or upset or say anything about any of these other niggas. You know what I'm saying? And everybody got a right to say whatever the fuck they want to say about him. And he ain't got no allies. He ain't even looking for friends. But what allies do he have? None.
All he had to do was fight Oshaki, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But he got people in his ear, like big head Timothy Bradley, who try to play it off. See, I don't like people like him. Try to play cool in your face. And then another face pop up later on. Oh yeah, the only one that could beat Oshaki is Shakur. But Shakur ain't gotta move a muscle, or now Shakur he ain't gotta do this, that, and the third. It's like, bro. So y'all, yeah, it's looking like an Andre Ward type of shit. And that's another thing I want to say. I'm not gonna change the topic, but like I always like figure like if Andre Ward never had like been around Shakur, how his his career would have went, because he been with him since the beginning, like the very beginning. Like it's almost crazy to me because like in my eyes, that Andre Ward was a great boxer, but like that man is the epitome of a snake, and like I really can't stand him. Like when I think I said it before when he said that to Earl Spence. Like, yeah, because a couple people in your camp was telling me, I looked at Earl at the interview. I'm looking at I'm trying to look for a facial expression like, fuck you,
exactly.
man. Fuck, and Earl, and I'm going to tell you this, Mike. Earl been on some shit lately. I don't know what's up with him, bro.
Bro, that's why I say, bro, you the 300, bro. You my brother from another mother, bro. Because we don't got to talk what we think when we see that shit. Damn near pinpoint accurate. Like
what you mean?
Been rocking with this shit. I think I might have lost people like Miss Coleman. Miss Coleman, let me know you still out there, cause like I like that shit that Spence did, and then hearing from Derrick James, like that side, and then him using like Andre Ward, man, that shit was a disappointment to me, man. I see through all that bullshit, bro. And it's the politics of it all. Knowing what was going on and knowing that, like, at the end of the day, they just trying to tarnish. They're gonna tarnish your legacy, Earl. They're gonna tarnish Derrick James' legacy as well, and nobody's gonna win. But no other culture do that unless you're part of the collective. And Andre Ward is part of that. Like Tim Bradley is part of that. Like you can't tell me like Tim Bradley didn't have the energy that Shakur got. Like at the end when he ducked Earl Spence, But Andre Ward ain't had that energy. Nope. Like even that dude vowed to be like he got a cockpit sandwich for Shakur every time you see it. Like this better ask Val. You didn't have that same energy. The people you said you sparred with, your boxing history, you didn't have that. You didn't keep that same energy. But y'all recommending Shakur to do that? Like that's not right. Like Roy Jones is the only one that's really keeping it real.
Yep.
He's the only one that's saying, nah, man. I can't wait for them to let Roy off the chain and let Roy really talk about this shit about Shakur signing with Zuffa. Like, Roy probably want to go over there and kick Shakur ass, man.
Yeah, that's starting them fights, man, made at the end of the day, bro. Like, that, I'm telling you, like, as soon as he said that, bro, I'm like, what is he gonna look like? I can't remember, but I would have been like, oh no, motherfucker, I'm ready to walk off this set. So what you mean you can talk? You cool with the ops? So if people in my camp telling you about me, but then they getting on, that's what I'm saying. They getting on Tank for how he supposed to be carrying Calvin and but it's not even probably that. You feel me? He probably just like, I'm gonna just fall back a little bit because y'all yapping out the mouth too much. You feel me? Same thing with Earl.
And that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say about Calvin and Kenny. I'm like, y'all gotta be careful. I tried to warn them. I said, man, stop going to McDonald's. AJ, how many times did I say stop going to McDonald's? Like, how many times I say, man, that it ain't a good look for Coach Kenny to be over there at McDonald's, man. Like I was saying, man, stop going over to McDonald's, man. Like, and then, like, even with like Santa Claus, like, stop being affiliated with Santa Claus because you gonna play both sides of the fucking Captain Egghead. You gonna play both sides of the fence. The nigga said the most outrageous shit. You know, nobody check him on it, but then I'm the bad guy for coming out and saying that, dog, you need your meds, bro. Maybe you need to take a step back. Get back to what you was doing and had everybody checking in and tuning in when you was up sober mind, body and soul, spirit, you know what I'm saying? But I'm the bad guy because I say it. I'm not going to stop saying it. But like I was saying it, remember, like AJ, remember when I was saying, remember this coded message that I said when I said, man, how was it when you got a snitch? Like, okay, you say I got sources. And I said, okay, you got sources. And you got people that's willing to divulge information that nobody else knows at the expense of what? Like, what can you give them that'll trump what
what Tank can offer them for being a part of that. And I've been said it. Captain Egghead just came out and tried to hijack the shit and try to say whatever and took whatever political stance because he got people in a trance. But I was saying, I said, listen, if you got inside sources, right, then it has to be reciprocal, meaning that whatever it is that they value that they're getting from you, right, has to trump whatever it is that they got going on with whoever they're connected with to be the source. I said, so you got to watch out for that. I've been saying that. I said, man, Coach Kenny, Coach Calvin, y'all got to stop going to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Who is McDonald's? Who is McDonald's, y'all? Who is McDonald's?
Mill City.
Hey, say it again. Who is McDonald's?
Mill City, bro.
Mill City. I've been told y'all niggas. I said stop going to McDonald's. It's gonna fuck y'all up. Why? Because he'll sit up there. He'll ask a tough question. He'll instigate shit, and then he'll hide behind. Then he got Zab Judah, who's Zab Judah affiliated with Devin. I've been seeing that shit, and I said that's why I said I'm not going over there to I'm not going over there to the Rise no more. I love him like a play cousin. Coach Calvin, no. I done rolled by and I done seen Coach Calvin outside the gym. I done seen Mia. I done seen Coach Kenny outside the gym. And out of respect, not to waste their time, I didn't stop. I said, man, y'all got better things to do, man. Keep giving back to the youth. I just was like happy knowing that I rolled by, I stopped, I seen him. I could have stopped and got Coach Calvin. I know Coach Calvin know me. I know why, because he got McDonald's. There been 2 different interviews when he was on McDonald's. And my shit was playing. Back when I had a certain intro with the ding, when I had that Regis, when I had that 10 countdown, he was on Mill, and I know that hurt McDonald's heart. I know that hurt Mill City heart because he was on an interview with him, but he was playing my shit on that interview. So I'm like, I know they knew who I am, but out of respect and the love for them, because I don't want to get shit misconstrued, because you know how Baltimore do. I don't want to get shit misconstrued and get shit sideways. I got nothing but love for them. But I'm like, man, y'all got to stop affiliating with certain people. Tank just came out and just was like, cut sling low.
Yeah. Bro, I've been saying that since they came out with the podcast. They was so quick to add them big, quote unquote, big channels. I'm like, bro, y'all got what they don't got. Y'all got Tank, bro. They can't get an interview, even get a statement from him. So why is y'all going to them when the fuck? Come on, y'all got the cash cow. Y'all getting the information from the fucking the plug himself, bro. Sosa. Y'all going to Sosa. Fuck, what was his name? Fuck the other nigga that he clipped later on. Y'all going straight to Sosa for that cocaine. Y'all not going nowhere else. Y'all ain't getting that cut. Y'all ain't getting that step doing shit. Y'all got Tank.
Bro, I knew when BF, and they would always shout out to BF. I got respect. I'm like, do y'all even watch his lives?
No, they don't. They don't watch his lives.
Do y'all even watch? Like, I knew when I came on there, and one of them niggas, I ain't gonna say who it was. One of them, I super chatted and everything, but it was like, I guess I was a perceived threat. I don't know how I was a threat, but I was a perceived threat. I went on there. They were shitting on me. They would read above my comment, below my comment, read everybody else. And I was like, hold on, man. I'm part of the collective. I'm supporting the homie. But then when they let Blue Blood, when they let BF be on there, I was like, oh no.
BF, look, BF, when he was on there, he was on there, because I was on there that episode, I was watching. He was looking like, you know how somebody look when they anxious or like, damn, hope damn, see what I be saying. He was looking like that the whole fucking time, bro. Like he don't belong on there. Like, bro, why is he on there?
He know he guilty. He know that man used to put out the most crazy, and out of respect, I guess because of his. I'm like, man, fuck the population that he's catering to. Like, you gotta understand what he's putting out there. Like, he had our man's in drag. Like, I ain't never put nobody in drag. He had Shakur in drag. He had Tank in drag. I'm like, and then y'all bring him on this show? Like, but I'm wrong.
for saying something about it. Nah, bro.
Even Captain Egghead, this man lies all day on Tank about the information he getting. That man done said, I done seen that man say that Tank was ducking what was my man with the colorful hair? What was his name? Bodywork.
Colorful hair?
He got knocked out by with the colorful hair. Remember I forgot his name, man. It's crazy. He got knocked out. No, remember Luis
the fighter from Brooklyn. He's from Brooklyn.
Yeah. What's his name?
Yeah.
Chris Colbert.
Yeah.
Egghead was saying,
yo,
bro, he was saying, because remember when Tank dropped the belt? And I think he fought who he fought? He fought somebody when he dropped the belt. Professor Egghead was the first one. Yeah, officially Tank has ducked Chris Colbert. I'm like, bro, you was just saying, yeah, he just a go with the wind type of guy.
Yeah, he did the same shit with Bud. That's what I said. And people get mad at me like I'm being disrespectful. I'm like, listen, OG, like you got a place, but like you need your meds too. And you need somebody that's gonna be like, hey, bro. Like my lady, she tell me all the time, like if you get talking crazy like that, I'm cutting off the Wi-Fi. Like you ain't gonna be able to, I'm gonna fuck up your live. Like we talk about it. She's not gonna let me crash out like that and say some of the most ludicrous shit. But like he did this shit when it came down to Bud and Earl. But everybody want to act like I'm the fat guy because all y'all niggas want the benefit of all the people that's following him so y'all can bring them over there. I don't need it. Because I don't want y'all over there if y'all going to let me be out there like that. I got people like you, AC, y'all going to be like, man, Mike, you ain't sounding right, dog. Like, man, just take AC and be like, y'all, let's just take a break. Let's just come back tomorrow or whatever. He'll say that. Like, he don't got nobody to tell him to check him, but because I check him, in a subliminal way, sometimes outright. But like he's a flip-flopper, dog. Like he's doing the same shit that he did with Earl and Bud. He doing the same shit with Shakur and Tank right now. And I got proof. He doing it right now.
Yeah.
He flip and he flop.
For me, I think this is the biggest fight. Like I brought up before, and I said it on other dudes' channels, and it just, made everybody get all bent out of shape. I'm like, look, man, dude was there. You cannot tell me this is the biggest fight in boxing when back before you said it was the biggest fight in boxing, and then you were contacted. You tried to use the same bullshit excuse you used in every one of the other fights that you somehow wound up taking the promotions to whatever and said, oh no, they never contacted me directly. They contacted my lawyer. Well, isn't that one of the first steps you actually do? If I can't get in contact with you, I'm going to contact your legal team to find out what your agenda is and yada, yada, yada. But then you go back and say, well, yeah, the fight can be made on the same day that the Loma fight was originally scheduled for. Yeah, the negotiations are going good. People don't be realizing that in the same interview, this dude will simply contradict himself. But y'all will keep telling us that, no, Tank don't want to fight nobody. Tank never sent him an offer. Then who are you talking to? Who contacted who? If you're talking about, did he actually send him an offer? I don't know. The offer could have been verbal. I reached out to you. I sent you a verbal offer. You say yes or no, then we start to draw up the paperwork. I thought that's how it goes in some cases. Some cases you just meet at a neutral place. You bring your teams with you and you have an arbiter sitting there and you hash that shit out. You do an Arrow and Bud, you hash that shit out on the phone, get all the details together, and then you keep it moving. Go ahead.
AC, I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. And this is an example I came with before you even said it, but you just dawned my memory. He the type that got a bad bitch on the line all the time, and for whatever reason, he never smashed.
Yeah.
It's always her fault. It's like you got a bad bitch. She say, "Hey man, it's Friday. I got a room over here at the A-Loft. I ain't got nothing. I got whatever you need over here. I got green. I got drink. Just bring your ass." Nah. Then he tell his folks like, yeah, she wasn't really down. Like she was just playing. It's like, nigga, it was a Friday night. You had the number, bro. Like, like how many bad bitches? Like, no, listen. Like in the grand scheme of things, y'all. Tell me if I'm lying. How many bad bitches Shakur had on his line? He had Tank. He had O'Shaw. He had Raymond Mortaya. Now he got Ryo. Ain't none of them niggas good. He got Gary Antoine. He got bad bitches on his line, and he won't smash.
Because here's his excuse.
You gotta start looking at your. That's when you start looking at your homie like, bro.
Yo, here's his excuse.
I don't know if you can roll on this one, bro.
Here's his excuse. It's in the afternoon. We all just chilling, like we are right now. We all just chilling. She hits him up, and he looks at the phone. The man is like, "Yo, that's Shorty." He like, yeah. So what you gonna do? Nah. I'm gonna make it over there. Yeah, I'm just happy that she hit me up right now. Let me know what's really good. You wind up hanging out with these niggas. Dudes is like, yo, you still on the clock for Shorty? Yeah, I got that. Then when you finally break out, she like, yo, I texted you like 7 hours ago. I told you what it was. I was in the telly and everything, but you didn't really get back to me or anything like that. And plus, you when you did, you got back to me and you told me you were still with the homies. So I just left it alone. And then your man's coming the next day like, yo, what happened? You broke out. What happened with that? Yo, man, Shorty started making excuses. I got over there and she was like, nah, I'm tired. Yo, you took too long and all of this other stuff. And the dude just like, nah, I told you so. I told you was taking. Nah. It wasn't even that because I let her know what was going on. But she still got weird after the fact. And your man's just like, niggas reminded you like 5 times, nigga. Come on, man. She texted you like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, nigga. You should have skated then. You feel what I'm saying? At least skated by 4. You ain't get over there till like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you expected Shorty to still be there for you? Hell yeah! I thought she was official like that, but she just showed to me she ain't made like that. So you start to say this, and then the weirdo niggas around you that want to look up to you like, yeah, I know what that be like, man, because you got to get stuff done. But these chicks are, they don't understand. You the star, and you move on your time. You feel what I'm saying? So. Yeah, these dudes get weird like that, man.
Nah, it used to be like the stove bomber, man. By the time you see it, by the time you hear it, it's already smashed. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't. It was not never like how you say it's not never nothing no more.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't have a bad one. Like, and it's not done data. Like by the time you knew it was an affiliation, it was done. It was done data. It was repeatedly. However I want. Like you can't have all these bad ones on your line and you ain't doing nothing with it. Like you ain't, and it's always an excuse like, oh well, yeah, now and I feel and now and the hypocrisy. This is why I don't like the niggas like Axe Val, like Val and Cigar and who else? Sean Zattel. Bud, like the nigga that co-signed is like, bro, there's too many contradictions.
Yeah,
like you could like before. I don't need them. I don't need nobody like that. Now it's the biggest fighting. But what changed? So hold on. Tank been inactive. Let everybody tell it. You know what I'm saying? Tank been inactive for 2 years. Like he's put last March. Okay, so March. June, July, August, what we got? March, April, May, June, July. A year and 4 months. 16 months. You've been inactive. Everybody rounded off to 24 months. It's 16 months, but they rounded off to 24 months. He's been inactive for 2 years now, right?
And so before, just when you was on the last promotional company, you was saying, "Oh man, I don't need him, and fuck him. Don't bring him up. Don't even include him in my interview." You go sign to Zuffa Island, the Isle of Zuffa Monroe, and now all of a sudden it's the biggest fight in boxing. What changed, my nigga? Did he fight? Did he rematch Lamont Roach? Like, what happened? What happened since to make that change?
The thing is, the word that I used yesterday or the day before, the last time we was on prior to that. Shakur, you nothing me to death. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't saying nothing. You nothing me to death.
Nothing.
Like, bro, stop it. Do something, because right now you nothing, and you nothing me, bro. So at the end of the day, that's what it is. You're telling everybody a bunch of stuff, but yet you're doing nothing. You're the dude that's like, nah, me and my mans, we trying to get this going, and yo, we got this other hustle uptown, we trying to get going, and yo, we be checking out my man Bodywork down in B-More. We be trying to get him some work, but as soon as he get free, we gonna really be able to set that thing up. So you telling me all of these plans, and you talking really, really fast, and it sounds real populist and everything, but at the end of the day, nothing is actually moving. No money transpiring. No fights are being discussed, except the fact that we're hearing stuff, but we're also hearing you turning it down just as fast. Meet me at 44. Nah, I don't want to fight you. I'll call you to make a fight, but I'm gonna call you on my time. You know, it's just all of this. It's just all of this stuff. You know what I mean? And you're trying to get through it, and it's like, bro, why do you keep? What's going on? I mean, I know you want to be the star of boxing, and the media is trying to make you the star. You're acting like, you know, you're the guy everybody believes in and stuff like that. But where are the actions to match the words? And this is why I'm saying, bro, you nothing me to death. I don't know about your fans. They may be content with what you're doing, but for me, I don't see nothing moving. I don't see nothing happening, but you just talking. And at the end of the day, the talk done got you to sign way over there. And now you got over there, and what did they have for you? A broadcast booth. And says now you can get Shakur all day, 10 minutes every day. You can get a Shakur update. You feel what I'm saying? You're like 10-10 win news, bro, but it's Shakur. All Shakur all the time. And that's the way your fans is treating you, going over there like, no, this is the best move in history for Shakur. But again, the system that built him to where y'all all supported him, he's shitting on him. You don't think that's him shitting on you too? Because you're the one who bought his fights. You're the one who defended him. You're the ones who got angry at the WBC. You're the ones who, you know, who were talking about him and saying, no, his fights weren't boring. So the boring pillow-fisted guy is going to go over to where the gladiators are supposed to be and fight in the gladiator arena with hurt hands, with hands that won't hold up. Now, here's the interesting part. Everyone's talking about drug testing. You feel what I'm saying? But what part of Zuffa gives people the idea that Zuffa will require anyone to sign up for a drug program? If one person owns all of it, who's to say? And here's the funny part about drug tests. Promotional companies have the right to hold or disclose that information. That's why Dillian White went ahead and fought that Brazilian dude. I forgot his name. That's why he was able to just go ahead and do that, because Eddie Hearn decided to hold those results. So at the end of the day, if someone has the right to disclose or hold, or maybe they're forced into doing it because the results are so egregious or whatever. But in the case of Dillian White, those results was egregious, but yet he was still able to do it. And then when I read up on it, because uh, uh, again, this was on a UK channel, they actually brought up a lawyer that was explaining within the scope of the promotional company, at least the promotional company that was dealing with what's the name with Dillian White. Now I can't speak for USA promotional companies, but in that aspect, let me clear it up. In that aspect of them talking about Eddie Hearn in the UK, Eddie Hearn does not have to disclose drug test results. He has that power, but he's going to have to. He can hold it before the fight, he can let you know before the fight, or he can hold it till after the fight, the results. That's pretty fucking crazy that you have that power.
Yep.
So within the Zuffa scope, knowing that this is not under the sanctioning bodies and governing athletic commissions and all of those ABCs and UBOs and all of these other type things that come together to make our sanctioning body system, they applied for a system that circumvents all of that. Ask yourself, to a certain degree, maybe why. Because knockouts kind of sell. And if you have good boxers and these good boxers start to go on knockout sprees and no one's talking about drug testing, then hey, it is what it is. That's what made Pride one of the most watched MMA platforms before UFC. Everybody was juicing on Pride. They was actually encouraging juicing while you were a Pride fighter. That's why the majority of those dudes that fought in Pride came over to the UFC and got washed. Some of the most dangerous dudes. Wanderlei Silva, his UFC career was shitty. But put that dude back in Prime, he's all swole. He fucking he's body slamming dudes who got an arm bar on him. Just pick his arm up and whack, get off my arm. So these are some of the weird questions that I'll be looking forward to seeing and things like that. We brought up the word TUE earlier. I don't know what Zuffa's rule is on the TUE. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, I got hurt hands. My name is Shakur Stevenson. I got hurt hands. Okay, so we'll just give you a TUE real quick. Good, file a standard paperwork. Get that. Yeah. Now you could juice this dude all the fuck up you want. So Shakur starts coming out with knockout power. Hey, I hope Andre Ward comes out and says, I hope Andre Ward comes out and says, well, maybe he need to be drug tested.
That'll never happen.
Or Tim Bradley.
No, that'll never happen either. That'll never happen either. But because he's loyal to Jay Prince, even though they had their little falling out. But like Andre Ward is in Shakur Stevenson's ear, and that's what's giving it. But Shakur got fragile phalanges, man. Like it goes back to after the Padley fight. He said, "Oh well, yeah, I want my hands to heal, blah blah blah." And then, if you recall, Tank had to fight Lamont. So then, because that was after that Padley fight, Tank fought Lamont. He saw the results that he wanted to instantly go into a Lamont fight. So I'm like, okay, so do you got fragile phalanges or not? Like, are your phalanges bad or not? Or not? It's like, no, your phalanges are bad when it comes to Tank. And like, these are the things that the cock meat sandwich ass looking niggas like Val and Blue and all these other niggas that just wear out their knee pads for this man. I don't know how many knee pads, but they'll just get down.
But remember this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
I was gonna say, but remember this. After the Zepeda fight, he was like, no. Chris Mannix asked him, so with that type of performance, are are we to understand that your hands are good now? Like you're good. Yeah, my hands are good. I found the solution. My hands are good. My hands are good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Hands
Okay.
good. Yep.
Yeah, so we haven't heard any problem with your hands with that fight, and then you go in the Teofimo Lopez fight and your hands are good. You like, watch, my hands are good. I'm gonna show him I'm 100% healthy. Hands is right. Yada yada yada. You said all of that kind of stuff and didn't stop him, but yet everybody else is like, I don't know if you outbox a guy for 12 rounds. Yeah, so we just gotta, you know, what about the stoppage? Like, why couldn't he get the stoppage? Why couldn't he stop this guy? And it's like, the fuck is going on with Chris Mannix and these dudes? Why is there the selective energy that everybody else has to get the stoppage, but these couple of fighters?
Yep.
They could just beat up guys for 12 rounds, look like they playing with their food, slow the tempo down, throw 7 punches around, after they get their lead and stuff like that. And there is no need, crowd booing, no need to put pressure on them to get the stoppage. Meanwhile, one guy keep walking, holding his hand like, calm down, calm down, calm down. Yo, I'm going to stop him. Trust me, calm down. I'm going to stop him. But you don't get the stoppages. But now we got to see. Yeah, Shakur back. Listen, he showed his dog in his Zepeda fight. All right. Okay. All right. So would he show his dog in a Morataya fight? Oh man, you hating on because he fought Zepeda the way he did. No, I'm not. I'm saying there's stylistically they're the same, but one just has heavier hands and bigger. It's basically the same guy, but heavier hands is a little bit more accurate. It's like that guy, but 2.0, the better version of him. Will he show us that? No. Remember, he promised everybody he was never going to fight like that again. Oh, okay. So then what does that mean? Will you give us the fights that we want? Because what if those fighters stylistically make you fight like that? Just from the sheer fact of getting in the ring. You're saying you're never going to do it. So is that you low-key telling us all these big fights and these tough motherfuckers you talk, that shit ain't never going to happen because I'm not getting in there and putting my shit on the line like that?
That's what it is. That's what it is, bro. Like, he's already made a business, like the same way Teofimo Lopez made a business decision when he got in the ring with Shakur. After that, because that put his name up in lights and he got all of the justification he need. Let me play this video, bro.
Go ahead.
Because it might be this episode might be a little longer than what everybody thought, but like, let me play this, man, because this nigga, bro, like, he's cooked. This nigga's cooked, man. Let me play this, man. And this is not mine, so let me do this. But I gotta do this, man. It's gonna be a little really longer than what I thought it was gonna be, but I kind of knew it was gonna be like this because I gotta put all this nutrition in this. I don't want to do a part 2. We're gonna get it all in this one session. And for those who really want to know what's going on, it's gonna be here for you to see. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use purposes such as criticism, which is what we're doing, comment, which is what we're doing, news reporting, which is what we're doing, teaching is what we're doing, scholarship is what we're doing, research is what we're doing. Fair use is use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, personal use tips to balance in favor of fair. And I always say that's what we do. We just tip in the balance in favor of fair. But I want y'all to see this, man, because, and I don't know if I'm going to get through the whole thing. I might get to a point where I say it's enough because I still got a presentation on, I'm going to give them some leniency. But you got to wait and see. So, let me do this. Let me do this, because this nigga, man, like, bro, he's the gift that keeps on giving.
I mean,
WBO 140-pound champion. And as of Thursday, he is the newest and most high-profile signing to Zuffa.
Yo, strike one. How did they introduce him, AC? AC.
Yeah,
How did they introduce him?
the newest and most high profile.
Hold on.
Go back.
Listen again. Hold on.
Maybe I missed
All right,
that.
Shakur Stevenson is the reigning WBO 140-pound champion. And as of Thursday, he
The reigning?
The reigning
Who did he?
WBO.
Wait. Who else
The
did he
reign-
fight to be reigning? Who else did he fight at 140?
I mean, he got it though, so they gotta by default they gotta say he's reigning. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't gotta fight nobody, but but just listen to what he said. He's the reigning WBO. So that's the same thing I said in the beginning of this video when I said you get all the credit, and like that's your claim to fame is the statue that who you are based on the traditional sanctioning body. That's their traditional. So they introduce him as the reigning WBO champion. Okay. Well, let's establish something. That's his claim to fame. He's the reigning WBO champion.
He is the newest and most high-profile signing to Zuffa Boxing. This has been something that I've heard some rumors about for some time. Now it is official. Shakur headed over to Zuffa Boxing. And Shakur, congratulations, man. It's good stuff. Great for you. I guess the first question I have is tell me kind of the why here. Why, with all the things you were sifting through, why was this the right deal for you?
This was the right deal for me because obviously, they got the big money behind them. Also, they ready.
It's the big money.
Okay, body. While you pause this, me, I grew up in a generation. I see. Sometimes this is where the old school boxing fan comes out. I grew up in a generation that said, "Listen, once you get the belt, you got to defend it. That's when you're the reigning champ after the defending of it. Right now, you're just a title holder. You can lose it within your very first fight. So all you are is a title holder. So I'm like, okay. So they now in 2026, just like the pound sign on the phone is now called hashtag, I guess reigning now has a different definition that the mainstream media wants to put out there.
No, but you're right though. I see it the same way. But I'm just saying how they introduce him. That was my main point. But like, you're right. You're right. You're right though.
Words matter, but the hyperbole, and this is where his mind starts to be like, yeah, I'm the reigning, I'm this, I'm that,
Yeah.
It's like, wow, fucking. Go ahead.
All right.
He'll put me in the biggest fights possible. And I just feel like it's that time in my career. I feel like now it's like we're ready to fight the biggest fights and fight the best fighters and see who is who. And I think it's that time.
Tell me about kind of the last couple of months as you've been processing this. I had heard as far back as a couple of months ago that this was basically a done deal. I had heard that you had been negotiating maybe a deal to fight Raymond Murataya. You're moving now to the Zuffa side of it. Like, take me through kind of the process there. Like, what were kind of the pros and cons of both, and what was eventually that tilted you over this deal?
Honestly, I just feel like it was mainly like so much things going on to where like we wanted to fight Raymond Murataya, but they was kind of in a hurry to fight at 135 versus Robson Conceição, but
They was kind of in a hurry to fight Robinson Conceição. Hold on. Raymond Murataya just fought Andy Cruz. Made a statement. You went up to 140. You were no longer at 135. Like, the buck don't stop. This is the same shit I was making for when Boots just arbitrarily jumped up to 154 after already denying the fight a high bag fight by Turkey to fight Jermaine Ortiz, and you were saying you wanted undisputed, but then you jump up, and then you wanted Ortiz to acquiesce to your plans when they already had plans. This is the same thing. You jumped at the 40. Mortaia didn't know, like, you was out of the division. You had, like, you was going to TO. He didn't know what was going on. He made plans. He set forth Robertson Conceição. Robert Garcia was very consistent in actually saying that. But how were they in a rush, in a hurry? That's a lie. He was not in a rush. He was going forward with his career, just like Abdullah Mason is going forward with probably trying to get a Joe Cordina next. And until you say, hey, look, I want some smoke with Abdullah, then until that happens, or Tank say, I want some smoke with Abdullah, or whoever else, Andy Cruz, I want some smoke with Abdullah, whoever it is that's going to be the challenge, until they say, and there's something that's going on or whatever, like, he's moving forward with his career. Raymond Mortaia was moving forward with his career with Robertson Conceição. That is cap, Shakur.
I like to move on my time. I think everything happened when it's supposed to happen.
He's a bad bitch. He's a diva. He moves on his time. I move when I get ready. I move when I say, and that's cool, but you can't be bisexual. You can't have it both ways.
I didn't get that fight, but there's a lot of things that played into this reason of why this deal happened and when it's happening. And I just feel like everything happened for a reason. And God came through for me once again and provided something special in my life. And I just feel good to be.
And I find it odd in boxing where people always use they either pull a Muslim card or they pull the Christian card. And here you go. He's pulling the Christian card. God, I feel like God, no. If you move on your time, that means you're not moving on God's timing. You can't have it both ways. Bisexual.
Yeah. Can you hear my daughter?
No, I couldn't hear. Couldn't hear. You're good. Was this the kind of thing that's been basically done for a while? I mean, I was hearing like a month ago in New York, there might have been an announcement, then there wasn't. I mean, it just feels like it's been building towards this moment where we get to the announcement.
Yeah, it's been done for a minute, but
it's been done for a minute. What's a minute? Because Shakur been lying. No, I'm not signed to Zuffa. Like, no, they lying. I'm not signed to Zuffa. But it's been done for a minute. Another cap.
Everything happened on the time that they wanted to happen, and we wanted to happen. So
everything happened on the time that they wanted to happen, and we wanted to happen. But I thought you moved on your time. This nigga just, bro. That's why it's been about 1.5 years, 2 years since I've been off this nigga. Cause I can't get behind no liar.
I'm not in like a super big rush. Like, I'm not one of them guys, and I'll be honest with y'all when I say this, because a lot of people like, oh, we want these guys to fight 3 times and 4 times a year. But truthfully, I do long camps, and I'll be away from my family for a certain amount of time. So when I'm home, I like to enjoy my time with my family.
There's a hypothesis that the niggas that do the most longest camps is because they weight bullies. Part of it's a fat camp. When Jermell Charlo was running around getting his claim to fame at 154, collecting every belt one by one, he was the closest fighter aside from Mayweather and Tank now that walk around close to their walk around rate. So they don't have to do all of that. And now Tank came along later, but Jermell Charlo and Floyd, definitely. Even of recent, if you want to give a more recent, more credible view for somebody that might be looking for it, Emiliano Vargas. We don't got to do no fat camp. He don't got to do no 12-week camp because he fights closer to his walk around rate.
So I do not want to be the person that's fighting 3-4 times a year, and I got to do 12-week long camps, and I would never get to see my family if that was the case. So at the end of the day, I got to make the sacrifices for myself, and I feel like 2 times a year is good. So for me, it was no rush, and I'm not in a rushing process. I want things to happen on time and like it's supposed to happen, and I think it's going that way. So.
Yeah, you've said that to me in the past that twice a year is a good number for you, both I guess for the length of camp and probably right your hands, right, to keep everything healthy, keep everything sharp.
Yeah, I think I was at a point in time when I was signed with Top Rank. I think I would have wanted to fight 3 times a year during that time, but now I'm at a point where I'm on probably the back half of my career. I probably don't have as much fights as like all the greats at the end of my career, but I'm comfortable with that. I'm cool with whatever God has planned and stored for me in that aspect.
So there's obviously a good payday in doing this deal, I'm sure. You mentioned the biggest fights and making the biggest fights. As you're well aware, there's kind of a war going on right now with Zuffa and everybody else. Right now, everybody else has got a lot of the fighters.
That's what I've been saying. I've been trying to tell y'all it's a war going on. I've been hearing this verbiage like ever since I said it on the channel, man. I've been hearing a lot of people talking about the war. It's like, okay, cool, man. Just hit my cash app. Put something in the donation. But Chris Mannix just doubled down and said it's a war going on. So don't act like I'm crazy because I've been saying it's a war going on that no man is safe from. No matter if you 6 feet or you 8'1". Don't quote me on that. I think that's Galatians 6:13 or something like that.
That you might be looking to fight. When you've talked to Zuffa officials about kind of what's the plan, like what do they tell you about making these big fights?
That's the fights. The fights that we're looking for is the big fights. I feel like we could say that the fights that the small fry fights that some of the fans want to see that we claim as big fights.
Yeah, I know small. So he calling Oshaki small fry.
You could say that them fights is with the top ranks or somebody else, but truthfully, the big fights is the big fights that I've been wanting for years and years, as in the Devin Haney's and the Javante Davis, and Zuffa is in works with Turkey. I think Turkey does the deals with Zuffa, and they all align. So all of boxing is under one umbrella. However we want to look at it, we could play as though it's these beefs and these war, but
it's another cap. Boxing is not all under one umbrella.
Like,
it's traditional. Huh?
No, I was gonna say, what would make him make that statement? Like, what part of that do you see it's all under one umbrella when Obadiah lost his fucking belt? Like,
yeah,
this dude don't know shit about boxing, and he gonna tell Shay, you don't know shit about boxing. Like,
he gonna try to explain it, but like we know that it's not all under one umbrella. That's delusion at its finest. You know what I'm saying? That's delusion.
They all got an answer to the big dog. When the big dog.
Remember I told y'all the big dog. He talking about Turkey al-Sheikh, and I told y'all it's all this infatuation with all things foreign. Like they just bend the knee and kiss the nipple ring of Turkey al-Sheikh.
So who has to answer to Turkey? Like, what people specifically? He said all have to answer to the big dog. Well, the deal that was made, you feel what I'm saying? The big dog has a very, very small percentage of that deal. So you can't be the big dog when you have the smallest percentage.
You don't know what the fuck he talking about.
He want the biggest and best fights too. So if he want the biggest and best fights, I don't think nothing is going to get in the way.
If he wanted the biggest and best fights, why did he tell Bivol not to bite the hand that feed him when he came down to fight in the Benavidez? Wasn't that a big fight?
Of that.
So what is, you mentioned 2 names there, Devin and Tank. Are those the 2 biggest names that you're targeting right now?
Yeah, those are the fights that I want. I would love them fights, and hopefully it comes to fruition. And yeah, I would love them fights.
So tell me, the Tank has got his own stuff going on. I'm not exactly sure what happening outside.
Chris Mannix doing his Hitman. Y'all recall? If y'all don't know, already, let me remind y'all. This is Chris. This is his real identity. This nigga is a hitman. He needs to be canceled. Like, if it comes to any one of these guys up here, he's not going to have anything good or positive to say. He's always going to spin it in a negative light. He has no media, journalist, reporter integrity. He's a fucking hitman. Nigga need to be canceled. Chris, big head, blue suit, Mannix. Dumb as fuck, big ass head. I don't even know how he got a baddie in Sinicia Estrada. I'm not sure. I don't know what he did. He must got some deep pockets. I don't know, man. I started looking at Sinicia like, Sinicia, what the fuck is going on? And you procreated with this big head, blue suit wearing ass nigga? I don't know. But that's just me. I digress. Shakur so fake and fraudulent. What do you say? Shakur so frank and fraudulent, plus a fraudulent dude, lies too damn much. I'm telling you, the hitman, Crush, salute, the OG, subscribe to Crush, subscribe to Cass. Those my OGs, man. To Shakur defense, he can't make an official announcement during negotiations with Zuffa. Okay, yeah, you right. He was probably on a gag order. Actually, he sounds stupid to me. He sounds stupid to every fucking body, if you ask me. But let's go further.
At the ring with Tank and what he may or may not be able to do. But you and Devin have been talking a lot. Social media. Bill Haney does an interview a day, I think, where he talks about you and what's going on with these negotiations. Where do you think they are right now? Because it was a weight thing that you settled it and money. I mean, where do you think these talks are?
I mean, they could say they settled it and all of these things, but ain't nothing settled until the name is on the signature. Mm-hmm. So they could claim all of these false things on social media, but them things be a lot of lies. But the truth of the matter is, Keyshawn Davis became their mandatory. And when Keyshawn became their mandatory, to get out of the Keyshawn situation, they started hollering, Shakur, 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 Shakur.
I'm conflicted because
Same here.
He didn't become the mandatory. Like, Bill was already pushing for it. Like, Devin, if you look at it, Devin was saying everybody from 147 and down, even going down to Tank, who was technically still a lightweight. Like, let everybody tell it. Like, because they pick and choose when they want to acknowledge the fact that he went up there and stopped Mario Barrios at 140, who went on to become a welterweight champion at 147. But they pick and choose that. But let this dumbass nigga continue.
Hold on, Body. I was just gonna say, he just said that, right? But prior to that interview, he's on an interview where it looks like he's in the gym, and he was leaning up against the ropes, and he said him and Devin have been in contact with each other and been in negotiations. And I don't want to step on Keyshawn's toes.
Yep. So he lying because Devin was saying, like, see, Devin was calling out everybody from 147 down. Bill will come on and say, oh, he looking at Boots Sander, the winner, and moving up. So they were playing both sides. But the fact of the matter is, Devin was already talking about trying to get with Shakur before that mandatory was done. Now, we already knew because Shakur, the minute Keyshawn was saying, I'm going up to 147, WBO automatically ranked him at number 1. And that was before he was mandated. But Bill and Devin, mainly Bill, was all on the Haney voice talking about Shakur. It wasn't until after, now what Shakur is trying to pick up of, he's trying to pick up to where once they actually said, okay, it's mandated. That was a timestamp. So anybody that got Google, got access to the YouTube, been watching the YouTube community and any channel reporting on this, know that this nigga is cap.
Because they know that if they lose, they would rather lose for the most money as possible. It's a business. So I understand everything that's going on. And with me, I'm cool with it.
That's projection. That's projection. If you lose, Shakur, you will want to lose for the most money as possible. This is why you projected the same shit that you're going to project on Tank here later on in this interview, saying that he wants me as his last because he know that he's going to ride out and be retirement. That is projection, my nigga. You know that if you lose, you're going to ride out with a big ass bag. And so what? I lost to arguably the face of boxing. Projection.
Yeah, I'm all good with it. Long as you get out of Keyshawn's way, because Keyshawn is my brother. I got love for Keyshawn. I'm not gonna step on his toes.
But you stepped on his toes with Tio. If y'all don't recall when Keyshawn was on his undercard and Tio was up there reading the book like he was doing, and they were saying, listen, don't go back and forth with me. And there was history about what Keyshawn and his camp did to Teofimo's father and all this other stuff. But you already stepped on his toes. You stepped on his toes when you got the Tio fight. Because that was Keyshawn's fight, not yours. You had business at 35. Because remember, you're a little guy, according to Tim Bradley. You're an eensy-weensy, muy pequeño guy that belongs at 135.
That still needs his
At
muscles.
the corner, Evan in. That's what we got to make sure we pay attention to. He's cornered. He has nowhere to go. So I'm not going to step on his toes. But once he released that belt, then I'm done stepping on Keyshawn's toes. Now it's me and Devin, and we can get the fight on, and let's see who the best in the world. He said he'll meet.
So is that a Freudian slip when he say once he released the belt? So in order for him to get the biggest fight, you really can't technically be with a traditional sanctioning body because you hold their belt. Allah Yahobata.
Okay, Body, I gotta ask this question. Okay. All right. Both him and him and Devin hold the WBO title, right? He holds the 140, Devin holds the 147. Just within the sake of the sanctioning bodies, you could have made that fight by just moving up to 147. Both of y'all under the same sanctioning body. So in order for the fight to happen, I keep my belt as it is right now. There's no issues with me keeping my belt, but Devin has to drop his belt to fight me. I mean, if that sounds like the type of thing that would fuck the fight up in the first place, because it's like, why do I have to drop my belt and you want to fight me at a catchweight? You're the 140-pound champion. If anything, you should drop yours and come see me at 47. Why I got to drop my belt to see you at 44? And then once I drop my belt, you're saying you're not trying to step on Keyshawn's toes. But once that belt go, Keyshawn, yo, listen, I don't know what it is. Shorty like me and you, but I know you in love with her. I know, you really see a future with her and everything. But if she get out that car and step on the sidewalk, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, I would be like, the fuck did this dude just say? Yo, Shakur, on some real shit, dog. What's going on with you, bro? You trying to steal this shit from me?
Yep.
Like, but I ain't trying to step on nobody's toes. But if that belt goes, then it is what it is. If she chewing bubble gum on the left side of her cheek, it is what it is, bro.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Double. Hey, you speak with a forked tongue, man.
He at 144, and we all know he's gonna be bigger than me. But I'm comfortable with it. Like, I'm very confident in whatever weight class he come in that night, that he still won't be able to beat me.
That's interesting that, well, a couple things you said there.
Hold on, didn't he want a rehydration?
Is it just me, or didn't he want a rehydration? So you're not comfortable because when they just asked you about Conor Ben, he was like, man, listen, man, Conor Ben, he's not that good. I'll fight him at 154. But when it came down to Devin Haney, to Devin Haney's credit, and I'm definitely not a Devin Haney fan, but to his credit, since I keep it all the way a buck 10 times 10, you wanted a rehydration. So you're not comfortable at whatever weight. Because you wouldn't even be at Zuffa if you just wanted to make the big fights, and Devin is the big fight. You would not have had to go to Zuffa to make that fight. Allah. Y'all Battalion Brandon Glenn. Brandon Glenn was already ranked in the IBF. Y'all didn't have to go to Zuffa to make that fight. You could have got Brandon Glenn and then got Jal Battalion right away. It's more cap.
Are interesting. I did think it was a nice bit of maneuvering by Keyshawn and by Top Rank too, which has a great relationship with the WBO. They got him mandatory in that spot, and those guys move quickly. They move quickly to order that title defense. Would you rather see?
But ain't nobody saying nothing about the corruption of the W. Remember, it was all this corruption when it came down to WBC, but ain't nobody saying nothing about the corruption when it comes to WBO, because I raised this question. I was the first one, like, to face adversity about this, because everybody's, oh man, you just hating on Keyshawn. I was like, man, what the fuck did this nigga do? He skipped past my division at 140. That's why I picked the bone with him, because I said the nigga tiptoeing past 140. He fought Jermaine Dupree, aka Jermaine, light-skinned Jermaine, who didn't come to fight like T.O. did when he fought Shakur. Didn't come to fight. You beat him, who never had a world title. And yeah, people argue that he beat Loma. I argue that he beat T.O. Right? He got a decent resume. But like, what did he do to warrant him being number one at one? But the outlash, the fake ass outrage, when they had all this outrage for WBC, when Shakur came on and said what he said, because they took, I paid the belt, I paid the fees and all this dumb shit, knowing that, oh, when you go into another bout, whether it's the next class up, you're still the reigning champion at the division below. So they have a vested interest in your dumb ass, dummy. But there was no fake ass outrage for the WBO and the shit that they did with Keyshawn, even ranking him at number one, because he leapfrogged everybody that's been at 147. Just like Gary Antoine was at 140, the longer tenured than T.O. Richard Hitchens, longer tenured than T.O. But he fought T.O. because of the accolades. But everybody was outraged with the WBC, no outrage for the WBO. That's why I be talking about this fake ass outrage that people be having.
See Keyshawn fight Devin and then see what happens, or would you rather see Devin drop the belt and fight you?
I mean, what I'd rather don't matters, if I'm being honest with you, because I would love to see Keyshawn get his moment too. Like I'm one of them friends. Like I enjoy.
That's been the goal, to force Keyshawn to fight Devin. They planned it out like that. They pulled the strings, and they played the game that way.
Yeah, my people shine just as much as I enjoy seeing myself shine. So, I would love for that too. But whatever happens is all on Devin Haney. Once he did everything that he did, and once they got scared of Keyshawn, and they brought me into the mix, now I'm letting them know I'm down with what their cause is. So, truthfully, I just think whatever I rather don't really matter. But when it comes down to it, I love the opportunity of becoming number one pound for pound. That's what I do know. So I love that.
So read between the lines, y'all. He want to be number one pound for pound. He say fuck the belts. So it wouldn't require him to go and get another belt. It would require him to get another name. What are the two biggest names he say? Devin Haney and Tank Davis. So he knows that beating them, even though they don't have Tank Davis nowhere on number one pound for pound, and they got Devin Haney at number 9 and he's number 3. But beating Devin Haney would make him number one pound for pound. Because why? What did he know? He knows that they have control of the media. So the media is going to paint him
And the media gonna come out. Top Rank, whoever else, like Top Rank, the Ring, they gonna come out and put him as #1 pound for pound.
Yeah, they're gonna put him on as #1 pound for pound immediately on the Ring magazine pound for pound list, which they pretty much have him at #1 pound for pound right now. At least the way they have him in the rankings. He's number one and he's champion, and it's something that you pointed out when you was like, look at this banner underneath it. So basically, this is all the setup to now use the talking points of saying Shakur Stevenson has somehow worked his way up to being #1 pound for pound, or for beating somebody he's going to fight on Zuffa. So at the end of the day, with the other fighters, if I was Devin Haney right now, I'd bleed the shit out of Turk and them. This nigga need me. I don't need him. I could easily fight Keyshawn, and that situation is getting a little weird because we're not hearing anything about that. You feel what I'm saying? And I think that clock is running out, within the next maybe week and a half or so, or maybe this week. I don't really know the timeline on it. But at the end of the day, what it is telling me is this: if the deal of where they're talking about this, the part of where they're getting ready to pay Devin Haney more money than they where Bill may be having a space, maybe that may come to fruition, because Bill and them is probably smarter to say, all right, his dumb ass signed already. Now y'all, in order for y'all to do what y'all need to do with him, y'all need me to sign. And if I don't sign, this whole Shakur Stevenson situation is just fucked up, because there's no fight to justify the money he just made, or the money y'all just said y'all was willing to pay him. And I'm quite sure it didn't all happen in one lump sum. You got to deliver on some of that shit. So you got your bonus. That bonus may look nice, but from this point on, you got to deliver on something. That deliverable is based on whether or not Bill Haney and Devin Haney come to the sandbox and play.
Exactly. So it's an unknown. It's surely an unknown, and he's at the mercy. But they know what they were doing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And look at Chris Manning's face like that. He looked like he's like, you're so full of shit. It's looking like that's the way he's looking at him. Like, you're so full of shit.
But he on payroll. He on payroll, but you never trust a nigga without no facial hair, for real.
Right there.
So you obviously had your issues with the WBC at 135 pounds. Did that sour you overall on titles? Because if you do fight Devin, presumably it's going to be without a sanctioning body belt on the line.
I don't think it matters though. Like, if we being honest about everything that's going on in the business, with all due respect to all of the belt organizations, I appreciate everything that they did for me to get me to where I'm at. But me and Devin Haney is a big fight without a belt.
But there is no but. Devin Haney is where he at because of accolade salad, accolade soup. Because we're gonna wait. Let's let this play out. Remember this. Let's parking lot this. Remember, accolade salad, accolade soup. He said, right now, it don't matter. I appreciate what they did to get us there, but think about that in regard to him, and think about that in regard to Devin. And let's let this play out, because he's gonna say some shit.
We don't need a belt for 1 million people. Now, and then this number I'm just throwing out there.
Everything good? It paused up. Well, if anyone can hear me, it's really looking like YouTube is pulling one of their BS missions right now to stop the cook because we just on this dude like that and dissecting what he's saying. But at the end of the day, we're both feeling as we're both feeling like this. You're playing a wicked game, and you're talking about this new era in boxing and stuff like that, and you're talking where belts um, are not going to matter for you because now you worked yourself up to where you feel you superseded the belts by the accolades that you accomplished so far. Um, for some of your fans, they may feel that way, but for everyone else, we understand the context of what you did. And no matter what people like Chris Mannix or some of these other guys will try to say, the context is the thing that you'll never ever be able to hide from. You can bullshit people, you can lie about what you did, you can overhype everything, they can hindsight it, but the context of it, for those who know and for those who live these moments in history and recognize the moments for what they are, you won't be able to hide from the context. And that context is the thing that, when you look yourself in the mirror, when you want to be who you feel you are and you're looking yourself in the mirror, you're not looking yourself through, delusional contacts or delusional spectacles, you'll always feel the context. Like, yeah, they said all of this stuff about you, but it didn't go down to a certain way. Everyone will still be like, why couldn't he fight a Gary Antoine Russell? Why couldn't he call out a Hirioka? Talking about Devin Haney and moving up and Devin Haney having to drop his belt because he has a mandatory and stuff like that. Well, the system of boxing, and I'm not going to blame it on Top Rank. I'm going to blame it on what's the name? On your manager, Jay Prince. He can also petition this stuff for you as a representative of yours. You can do it yourself because we heard people like Blair Cobbs talk about, I'm trying to go to the next convention and get myself ranked. Who's Blair Cobbs signed to? Is he signed to Top Rank or anybody when he made those statements to after the Adrian Broner fight? No, he's not signed to none of the major promotional companies. But yet he went to one of these conventions and he got himself put on the list for whatever that cost him or whatever the case may be by going to the convention. Jay Prince can make a phone call on behalf of you, Keyshawn Davis, and make that happen. And Keyshawn trying to talk about, I didn't know, and it was God and all of that. So I guess Jay Prince is your God. So with that being said, peoples, it's like just wake up, and it's very unfortunate that YouTube is on this type of time and this type of bullshit right now when the cook is just, the climax of the cook is about to happen. We're about to, serve you the main entree. We built this tasting menu in different pieces and different layers with different dishes and palate cleansers and shit like that. And at the end of the day, the power goes out. And unfortunately, it robs us of giving you what was in store, and it's robbing you from actually consuming that bit of information and that stuff you could have put in your rucksack. So, I'm hoping and praying that Body could hear me on his end and stuff like that. It's not like the type of thing that happened before where in his own hood the power went out, so that kind of screwed up the show and everything like that. But at the end of the day, man, this was a great cook for me. It was very informative and stuff like that. And unfortunately, I'd rather the outcome be how Body set it up, because this was his presentation, and I don't want to spoil that. We may have to revisit just this end part on another show. But based on everything this dude is saying and what he said on this, everything can be, everything has holes in it. You basically giving us, Swiss cheese. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what you're doing. You're giving us Swiss cheese, and with that Swiss cheese, we don't want it because Swiss don't taste good on everything. So for me, it's like Shakur. At the end of the day, the only thing that we have right now is time. Time is going to justify this move, and it's going to tell us whether you went the star road, or you're going the route of actually trying to do what you said you're going to do and make these big fights. And again, if it's all on Devin Haney's lap, you gave Devin Haney so much leverage because your whole future, as the way it appears right now and the way you and Chris Mannix are talking about it, your future depends on that. The future with you and Tank, it's not going to happen on Zuffa. Because at the end of the day, Tank and Turk have had their what's names, and guess who bent the knee? Turk bent the knee to go back and try to talk to Tank. So that tells you who the true star is. Turk bent that knee to go try to talk to that man and bring him aboard. Tank is just like, look, I don't give a fuck about what you doing. Body, you back? So with that type of stuff being said, that tells you what you need to know. Tank is not willing to play games with you guys. I don't even think Tank wants to do business with you guys. You feel what I'm saying? Because you had the offer. It's the Loma situation that Body brought up earlier. When Loma was the A side, there was never an offer sent. Nothing was ever going on between Tank and Lomachenko. Tank becomes the A side. He sends the offer. They're in heavy negotiations. Loma says he wants to renegotiate the money. Okay, we'll give you more money. You feel what I'm saying? Then he just ups and says, you know what? I want to go spend time with my family. That was the end of that fight. That's how we got to Shakur. And then Shakur on Boxing News talking to Andy Pearwell, saying that, yeah, everything is possible. Everything is going good. And then you walk away to go to the zone with specific information to not make the fight. Eddie Hearn co-signs it. And Eddie Hearn says, yeah, I think that's smart. What? The biggest fight in boxing, now you and Eddie Hearn are on the same page not to make the fight, the biggest fight in boxing? Now that you're in a safe place, now you really talking. You one of them little chihuahuas that we see on them YouTube clips that's barking, heavy gangster with it. As soon as that little door pop open, you like, I'm going to sign to a different promotional company. And that's one of the biggest ways fighters duck. They keep moving the promotional company. It's very unusual that one fighter is moving through so many promotional companies in his career. And it's not like people are saying you're trash, don't nobody want you. You're not bringing in the views. So what's the deal? Why does everybody keep giving this guy breaks? Why? How can you travel between all of these promotional companies and things just don't work out? And it always seems as though as soon as things get a little bit tight, the pan gets a little bit hot, you jump ship. And with that being said, bro, listen, I can't support a fighter like you. And if Devin Haney is going down that same road, I cannot support a fighter like Devin Haney. Because you said you wanted to be undisputed at 47. You said you wanted to clean that division up. But you already turned down Rolly. You're making all these goofy comments about Ryan. You feel what I'm saying? We can't move like that. We definitely can't move like that. Dead ass, Cash. That's something we as boxing fans, whether you're a person like Cass, who on his channel he focuses on the histrionics of boxing, all those classic fights. For many fans, go back and look at what Cass does and then compare those fights between those guys and ask yourself, has Shakur or Devin Haney ever given us those fights? Will they give us those type of fights? Will they put their all on the line like that? And that's the question that I asked when it came down to Abdullah Mason. And one goofy dude was like, what are you talking about? They're automatic Hall of Famers. I was like, bro, then the comment I said wasn't for you. Because the question we ask constantly is, if you're going to tell us you're going to fight the best, at one point, are you really going to give us the best fight? You're giving us some of the best names who are available, but are they the best fights? You went up and fought Teofimo Lopez. Yes, that's a great name. But was it the best fight? When I posed that question to another goofy Shakurian, he just came out and said, I'm lying. I'm like, what am I lying about? You're just lying. Lying about what? That Teofimo Lopez is not the best competition? He's the best name, yeah. He's got that lineal, you feel what I'm saying? But for the accolade queen, but then we got to deal with the context. And the context tells you something different. The context tells you that there was a Andy Hiroka. There was a Gary Russell. There was a Puello. You feel what I'm saying? There was a Sabril Martinez. So, Sabril Matias. So, at the end of the day, that's what the context tells us. So that's why I made the statement earlier. When you're alone and you don't have on your delusional glasses, you cannot hide from that context. And that's where I land my plane. And hopefully, the situation on Body's end is good. So basically, with that being said, y'all already know what it is. Like Bodywork says, this is Bodywork, where things are, where you get those fruit and veggies, not that Reggie. Silence is consent. This is something you could put in your rucksack, or the information that was provided so far was what you can put in your rucksack and take on and use your critical thinking to come up with these things. Now, this thing that Body's showing on the screen right now is a crazy presentation. You feel what I'm saying? Maybe in the next episode or down the line or whatever, he may just put that up and just let it run through the video so people can just soak it up, or maybe he might break it down as well. But when I was talking about the visuals of what was going on, this is the visuals right here. This is it categorized and scribed in a way that even if you're the most casual of casuals, the information and everything there, and it's the specific timelines of things and where it goes from A to B, where it goes from just being a green light type of thing that's a thumbs up to where it gets shaky, and then where it gets critical to where we have to ask these questions. And when it's placed in that type of format, you look at it and you say to yourself, okay, this is a guideline that I can look at and use and say, all right, based on this guideline, and I could substitute out whatever I want in it, for me and what I'm looking for, and say, all right, this is the basis of how I'm going to look at this whole situation. And now I'm going to use this baseline to say, all right, looking at what Shakur did with Zuffa, how does this work? And you can take that and replace it, take Shakur out and replace it with Hitchens, place it with Obataya, place it with, Berlanga, place it with Rayo, place it with De Los Santos, place it with any of those guys that have a decent name and may not have the whatever, but you also have this dynamic of where they just got Shakur. And with Shakur, you have to now say, all right, you pick somebody that the media says is an elite fighter, somebody at the top. You know, he's a pound for pound fighter. Got him at number 3. You feel what I'm saying? He is the perfect test subject to put under the microscope, put in the petri dish, and say, all right, the dynamic with Obadiah, where some people will try to say, well, Obadiah wasn't as famous as Shakur. All right, now we have Shakur. How are they going to handle this situation? Because right now, everything is an unknown. And it leans more towards everything that you may be seeing in these color blocks. You're going to be like, wow. If I asked myself these questions and I looked at it subjectively, not from the fan, remove myself from the fan, act like I don't know this guy or I just heard about him and I'm doing all of this reading about him and somebody drops this or the media drops this bit of information, how do I then assess this guy? How do I then move and say, all right, you're moving like a pound for pound fighter. You're moving like Lil Bro. And that's where this thing just says it all and says a lot of things that people just don't get. And the more and more we try to explain it, you know, the explanation can be the same tool used to add more confusion, especially to a person that's visual. Some people learn like when you talk about the different ways people learn. Everybody at the end of the day will learn visually. To get better at something, that's when you do it physically. But if you see it and see how it's done, and you sitting there and you're looking at how it's done, then you can get it. You know, when people learn how to dance, you're looking at someone doing the mirror, or you're watching the video doing like acting like it's a mirror. No one's sitting there holding your feet like move your feet here and move your feet there. No, that doesn't happen. It'll feel awkward. So that's what that bit of information offers. It's excellent work, very detail oriented. It if you didn't know, it answers questions for you and poses some more questions. So I'm hoping that he can drop that pretty soon or whatever. And for me, salute to everybody. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody that showed up in the chat. The chat was cooking tonight and everything. And yeah, this was a great show. This was some really solid work put in. And with that, I'm gonna sign out. And Body, hopefully everything can come together or whatever. And on to the next one, my brother.
Welcome to Bodywork.